It's making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming EsportsU 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
It's making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming EsportsU 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. That's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and Dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Hello, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and welcome to EsportsU and I. My name is Zoe, and I'm joined by the amazing Nerdy Bird to bring you the semifinals and grand finals action here today. How are you feeling, Nerdy? And what are our 4 teams that are still in this?
Okay, so I'm feeling excited, and that's mainly because for once I can confidently say I've seen most of these teams play a lot. And
That's
so
true.
we've got North Texas, we've got Houston Scarlet, we also have Arizona, and then we have Carleton. That's all the teams that have the potential to make it into our grand finals today. And all of them except for Arizona, I have seen quite a few times up until recently. So I'm super excited to see how they perform today, considering since the last time I got to see them, it's been about 2 weeks, I want to say, maybe a little more. It's the school year, everything runs together. But with that being said, so we've seen that you and I have seen these teams a lot. So we have a lot of information about them. We have seen an exponential amount of growth. And I do believe that for this lobby in particular, we're doing the Battle of Texas. So it's going to be Scarlet taking on North Texas. And to quote one of our other casters, though they're in the same state, it is literally the same distance as me going to like the other side of Oregon between these two teams. So Texas is a very, very large state.
It is.
So these teams are an extremely long drive away from one another. There's no way they're competing in the same stadium, but nonetheless, they get to battle it out for the top dog of Texas and then make their way from our semifinals game into our grand finals.
Well, you know, we should take a look at these teams because while we know them pretty personally, not everybody might. And as those pop up for you, you might notice that for UH Scarlet, they have a different individual on that roster. But for University of North Texas, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been, dominant in Aurora Series, second in circuit points, getting ready for that championship. And I mean, they have, maybe I'll bait you to something we might see later, been testing out some role changes. But here is the University of Houston roster as well. And as I said, that change is that there's no Alita, it's Binko. But I will say, if you're a Binko fan, sadly they are out, and we have a sub of Periwinkle today. So I'm excited to see how that will, affect the chemistry as well.
I am too, but considering how we've seen some of these teams kind of I'm not, this isn't a knock on them. A lot of teams that we've witnessed throughout their series have literally kind of thrown themselves together and were able to be very successful at even day one of other tournaments. So hopefully, despite having a brand new face involved with their roster, they're successful today nonetheless.
And we do have our map picks and bans as well. And to me, these are pretty interesting since we're going to be starting out on Lotus for UH Scarlet's pick. Icebox is that secondary, and if we make it all the way to map 3, it will be Breeze. Now, the reason why this is interesting to me is because it feels like North Texas is trying to replicate their victory over this team from that semifinals of Aurora Series Emergence where they won 2-1 because they chose a map like Icebox where they did beat them 13-11 as their map pick versus UH Scarlet. They are avoiding all the maps that they played in that series, right? They banned Vine, and they did leave Ascent, but ultimately at the end of the day, that was North Texas's pick of Breeze over Ascent, which I'm still curious about how that'll pan out for them.
Breeze can be very scary depending on the composition of the teams and their comfort picks, and I want to touch more on that, the strategies of both teams. One, let's recreate our success. The other one, let's take away as many of the tools that we gave them last time as possible. It can be that they really they're not feeling their confidence on those maps right now. They didn't dump as much time into them, or they really feel as though the compositions that they have nailed down, at least for Lotus and then going into Icebox, are very solid, and that they feel as though they can overcome what North Texas puts down. So now we're going to go into our agent select. I'm excited to see what's going on. North Texas, and as a reminder, everyone, we are going on to Lotus as our first map of the day. It is the only 3-point map that is currently in rotation. And so far, we've got matching KJs, but I'm seeing an agent I haven't seen in a while, and that's Fade, so I'm getting excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Jelly, I want to say, is memeing with the Jet pick. I'm expecting to see that raise for those Raise need combos. Thank you, Jelly. And this is something we pointed out that works. Use this thing Bab on the Killjoy, you said. Right, Nerdy? But they've been kind of exploring like the Breach and the Initiators. But look at how things are shaping up. We're going to be just narrowly avoiding a potential mirror matchup there with Cat with no tail going for the Sky over that Fade. And what do you think these different Initiators bring to the table?
So, Fade, I like the ability to get information from her. I mean, the Prowler versus the Trailblazer from Sky versus Fade, I think the Trailblazer's a little bit more deadly when it does catch you, but I think the Prowler is a lot harder if you're trying to hold a close angle around the corner to dodge. With that being said, I like the Fade ultimate because it takes away so much information from the team so you can quickly engage, whereas the Sky ultimate, I think, is more of an information giver, whereas Fade just says, no, you're blinded. I'm going to be giving you nightmarish voices in your head, and best of luck surviving when my team stomps into the point and doesn't have to worry about not spooping you because you can't hear me at all.
Well, fortunately, we will get to see that, or sorry, unfortunately, we won't get to see that till the next half of the game because North Texas will be starting out on the defense, UH Scarlet out on the attack. But yeah, no, I completely agree with you, especially for, a C-site take. You pair a Nightfall, you pair a Rolling Thunder, and that demands respect, especially because you could have like a double satcheling raise. There's so much they could be throwing at you that you would not be able to hear. But I am excited for the defense with the raise Fade as well because I feel like that combination, and even if you throw a fault line from, B-Link in the mix, it can be really strong for taking that A main space, which is a pretty consistent strategy for a lot of teams here on Lotus in the collegiate world.
Well, let's see if these teams stick with the consistent strategies or if they do something a little off-brand. We have seen the breaches, not in particular from these squads, but in general, be extremely successful at just allowing for util dumpage outside of C or A site and one of their duelists to follow up and clean things. As we do see the flash comes out, they're rounding corner, going to go towards Mound. No one's pressuring. I do think that our KJ's backing off and waiting for their team. So you see two of the defenders wrapping in towards B site at that doorway.
No, great stall utility here. Buy time, like you mentioned, for Jelly to get into place to reinforce that site hold. While you said they weren't getting proactive, but these B main members sneaking up, clearing it out, and ensure there's no Killjoy lurk. The Killjoy lurk, in fact, has been towards this A site, where unfortunately the jump peaks from Sage have not spotted it out just yet. So we'll have to see if they can get away with their life when UH is about to come barreling at them.
dark cover used both times. I think one from each squad. Yes, they're going to round in towards A main. We do still have Spike in our hands, and the Sky is now the one lurking near C site, trying to make sure this KJ doesn't wrap through the defender. Well, offensive spawn. Paint shells have been used, shots have been exchanged, but no one's taken any significant amount of damage. And this is a strategy we've seen from UH before. The go in, bait util, rotate back out, and someone just kind of posts up near the entry of that site where they just were at to fake their presence there and make sure no one rotates through the attacker spawn. And ult here uses the flash. We're going to rotate in over on C site. Dark cover's used at the back of site. There is a lot of dark cover. They're going to manage to get this plant down, and there's little to no util still available for UNT after that little bit of breach utility through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, when all that killjoy utility's been exhausted, you have to fall back and play the numbers advantage that you secured early on. Fortunately, that Aftershock did get a lot of damage. Now, my concern is going to fall to this long flank from Raven, but for now, the team has to hold on because UNT is flooding into this site. Seiji with a 2K allows Bab to get on the spike with a dark cover, so Raven is going to have to be the one to save them. Now, position revealed after Altier's Aftershock has taken out Bab, but even then, a 1v3, and Lilac delivers the fatal blow while a KO will get that defuse. And I feel like Nerdy, that was very well concocted from both teams. My big issue was that Cat with no tail, right? They were hinging on them staying alive there on that C site for the rotation so that there wasn't as much pressure from UNT. But Lilac was able to find that out thanks to their anchoring, and then it made it a lot messier because their execute was up against the clock.
I understand that it looked like it was messier, but I mean, it's not a strategy.
It has promise.
Yeah, it's not a strategy they're unfamiliar with using. I'm just a little shocked that it was so difficult for UNT to surmise what was going on, considering they've seen it before. Hopefully this time they're a little bit smarter about their util usage, but nonetheless, they did retake very cleanly. So perhaps they're aware that they're going to be going in a little bit low on that utility. As we see Orchid trying to push forward, actually fakes using this blast pack, forces a lot of the KJ util early on, see if they can get just a little bit of peek, is going to actually full engage and force Lilac to disengage. Lilac looking to go back towards the waterfall and wait for their team. Saiji does find Raven, so already Scarlet is down one once again.
And here it is. On their eco, their save. UH Scarlet able to secure a plant, so that's huge already. And forward aggression from Orchid makes it look even more promising. Deagle collected, but Paranoia allows Alkeo for the trade. So 1v4, the round starting to crumble, and it still will be a semi-flawless retake here from North Texas to get their second on the board.
I mean, despite losing Bab very early, they still managed to be okay, and honestly, I think they're just extremely comfortable playing for the retake game here. They have been, in the past, a very offensive-heavy team, so when you switch the roles around after that spike plant goes down, and that the original attacker squad's now playing defense, it's no shock that UNT feels very comfortable just letting that happen.
And now, I mean, you're having a decent bonus, a lot of Spectres, a Bulldog. We'll see Bab probably leaning more into that support role that the Breach offers to propel Jelly, hopefully into some fraggage. But for now, I mean, they were expecting a B hit, and that is exactly what UH Scarlet looks like they're funneling in towards. Fortunately, Trailblazer not going to find anything out about this triple stack on the site, paired with this Killjoy utility meant to shred, and I really do want to see this rotation to C-site from UH Scarlet off of the lurk here from Raven, just because this is looking a little dicey of an execute if they follow through with it.
Yeah, I think Orchid is disengaging currently. UH got the little bit of util that they wanted to be dumped by UNT, but the thing is, it was mainly breach util, and so it's not the end of the world to have to wait for your breaches util to come back.
And there it is, it's back and ready to support, you know, Sage once the execute comes through. Yes, they've taken tree space, but that's where the line of skirmish is going to be held until the rotations come through, until Jelly is there to support the team as well and has perfect timing. So both players hitting their marks means they have control for this site, at least towards default, but look how spread out the members are, and that's a great swing here. UNT on track to convert their bonus, leaving Raven in a 1v4. Oh.
Well, Raven found one. Unfortunately, Bab finds them shortly thereafter. Puts UNT at 3, and if you're UH Scarlet right now, what do you think the process needs to be? Because they're getting in, they're getting the plant, but unfortunately, they're just not finding success on the defensive phase after the plant goes down.
Yeah, and I think it is coming out of, minus the pistol round where they kind of shuffled UNT across the map before that final execution. They've been doing a good job of getting that read and getting the players to the site so that UH doesn't have time to set up. Now, with the Rolling Thunder finally coming into the mix, albeit it's a save here, that would be the kind of tool that forces the opposing team to give you that time, that respect to set up on a site how you would like. But for now, they have to get past these more forward defenses. Jelly, again, in the right place at the right time here. It's not just Sage you have to worry about this A execute.
Jelly is also playing very patient, and there is that they do have multiple teammates with them, and Periwinkle using the deagle will find Saiji. Bab's just gonna pepper fire through the dark cover, and I think that's over. Oh, Jelly playing the patience game, gets 2. Periwinkle Oregon. We also see the aftershock, and they just blast back over it. Unfortunately, when you hop up above a box, everyone's gonna look at your head, and Jelly did learn that lesson very quickly. We're now in a 3-on-3 with 53 seconds remaining. Sky's a little worse for wear, but beyond that, we're equal as far as manpower goes, and we also have Rolling Thunder online for Scarlet, but I'm not positive if you want to use that for engage. We're gonna flash out and use the flash point.
Ouch.
Down goes that.
Great paranoia.
The spike holder's gone, Raven's gone. Rolling Thunder's all you have online. Maybe try to save. Never mind. Ultier's gonna go down as well.
I mean, I like the strategy there from you guys, Scarlet. You were mentioning if they wanted to invest their Rolling Thunder or not because it's Nico round. I think the goal there was to get the weapons upgrades from their one fights against Sage, against Jelly, and then get out, maybe re-execute onto a site because they did have plenty of time. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, Akeo, insane paranoia allows them to find not 1, but 2 of those members leaving Ultier alone. But other than that, I love the little cohesive traveling between Jelly and Sage. Sage sacrificing their life, salutes to you, so that Jelly could go huge for that 2K to essentially shatter the momentum Scarlet was trying to build up. But look at this, Nerdy. A change of pace from UNT, and it's going to catch Raven and Periwinkle off guard.
That was cruel and unusual punishment. They open the doorway, the flashpoint goes through. Cat with no tail finds 1, Orchid another. We're gonna run in utilizing the ultimate from Orchid, but unfortunately Showstopper did not stop anybody from evacuating the site. We're in a 2-on-3. UNT's KJ's a little worse for wear, but change of pace from Scarlet than what we saw earlier. They're going forward, taking the space, clearing out the angles first, and then their plan will be to plant, possibly not even on C site, maybe to a different site. Yeah, it looks like they're going to lurk towards B, but right there is Akio, and Ultier will get the trade, but Orchid is now gone. And it's just Ultier again, all by her lonesome.
I mean, it makes sense. They had a lot of time to work with there, and they're in a numbers disadvantage. So I wish there was a double swing instead of a solo swing that made that 1-for-1 trade and has now placed Ultier in this 1v2. But again, Rolling Thunder, a nice position here. The only difficulty is that Killjoy utility was still in place, so they know they didn't go back to main. That's why they're safely here. That's why they have the turret now up for the flank. I'm expecting a tap Rolling Thunder to come out from Ultier here. Or not.
We're gonna use the aftershock. We heard that. I don't
Here
think.
it is.
Oh my. Okay, Saichi actually is trying to get the half. The Rolling Thunder will stop it. We have Fault Line go through. If we can
nice
stop
Lilac.
it soon enough, unfortunately, there is enough time to defuse at this rate. So, in the nick of time, 1.15 seconds. That's another round going to UNT, and I know you and I are notorious for this one, and we've seen Scarlet use them in the past. Do you think right about now is where we start calling a timeout, or you give it a couple more rounds?
I was thinking about it. You can't give them a couple more rounds. A couple more rounds, and they have the lead before the half is even finished. And hats off to Ultier there. That was a really good attempt, but UNT's just been so good at adjusting on the fly, reading the chaos, and that round was no exception, right? Rolling Thunder comes in, Lilac says, I'm going to reposition because we know that they're playing now towards our spawn, and they're able to get them before they take Seiji back off of that spike. Regardless, that means that 5-0 for UNT, and another save round for UH Scarlet as they go for a B pop.
Well, they're going face-to-face with Scarlet. The Haunt has been used. Orchid is marked for popping Aftershock, and Orchid just blazes through. That's 3 down.
And Cat with no tail. Their Trailblazer finds one more. So finally, a change of pace potentially, a 2v4. I can see Jelly investing. The showstopper, yeah, at this point, a 1v2, a blind shot drops them down to basically no HP, but Altier confident with their swing. And that finally is a UH Scarlet round. They basically just, they were like, here your call for a timeout. What if we raise you a round without one?
I mean, we've spoken with them, most of the players in this lobby at this point enough times that we know they're very good about that and they know when to call them. So if they want to call me out for suggesting it later and just being like, nah, it was all according to plan. We saw what we were doing wrong and the answer was we were too stressed. So they took a page probably out of UNT's book and like, let's play for the trades, let's play for fun. And they fixed the issues. We're rounding towards Mound. We do see Guiding Light's been popped, but no one was there because the KJ's notorious for lurking back. Raven, she likes to play the back of sight more. We're going to use both the Paranoia and Dark Shadows. Blast packs in from Orchid to just clear this entire angle, and Trailblazer to the back of sight, but they have not been able to fully clear Waterfall. Doesn't matter because everyone is all the way back towards defensive spawn currently.
Great protocol there for that site take. Joint utility, the works, but unfortunately it looks like it was UNT's plan. Nightfall, the retake ticket here, hopefully. They're just gonna spot out one. The Seeker is used in contention, but it doesn't matter. Jelly on a tear here. Periwinkle's gonna be the one to shut them down and add to this UH tally. But in the meantime, Lilac has taken so much space here, and a perfect flashpoint means that Akeo can go right over the box for an Omen for 1-for-1, and that places Altier again in a clutch scenario. But look at the attacker lockdown. It works out. It gets the detain. Now Akeo, don't know how much time you have.
Oh no,
not enough.
Caught with reload, and okay, he just has to disengage and get out, but unfortunately it goes down to the spike. Caught with your Vandal in reload, but it looked like also Bab had no ammo left and they both had to swap over to their sidearms. It's quite comical to see when it does happen to you in game, though. You kind of start screaming, and sometimes it's internally and sometimes it's over Discord.
That is true. But that was just very, very promising from both sides. It ultimately just did come down to, I think, Raven recognizing when they needed to abandon the lurk and get back to site to leverage that lockdown to put the momentum back in their favor, because as we mentioned, Jelly, Akeo, they were doing an insane job of taking space onto that site. But regardless, looks like UH liking the success they found wants to head back to the C site. And why not when you have Rolling Thunder already back online because of the hero plays that have been coming out from Altier this time around. No Nightfall, but they do have a lockdown for the retake, which is why Lilac is falling back and has protection from Akeo here on Waterfall.
What was intriguing was to counter the lack of intel that was given during that previous round from the Nightfall. We had Seekers come out to tell us, okay, this is where they're coming from. You can't hear them, but here's where they're pathing at. So you have the Paranoia come through. It barely misses Orchid. We hear the spike starting to get planted. Never mind, it's a fake for a moment to try and bait out a little bit more utility. Guiding Light, they're going to run through. Orchid goes down. Akeo finds one. Jelly finds one. Yeah, we have the lockdown if you're UNT, but you may not even need it at this point.
1v5 against Raven. A nice first frag, but cannot target swap onto Lilac. Lilac saying, hey, I can just frag instead of be used for my lockdown. And again, UH Scarlet having the right ideas, and sometimes it's coming down to just lost gunfights. They challenge into Waterfall, set their sights on Lilac. Like, that's the target, that's the bounty they need to find, and unfortunately cannot find it. And when they've thrown all their numbers into Waterfall, you lose site control, you lose CT space, and that's when the remaining members of North Texas funnel in and take out your plant. So 6-2, UNT at least tying things up here as they're going to work for an advantage with UH Scarlet on a save. It's a pretty fair bet.
Well, it's a fair bet in favor of UNT. I'm going to do the crazy thing and put a little bit more onto UH Scarlet just because the previous saved round that they had, they just went in guns blazing and eviscerated a bunch of people. So, you know, perhaps this will work out. We do have a lurk near B site. It is going to be our Breach, who's also holding Spike. The Guiding Light accidentally flashes her own rays, which is tragic. Rounding towards Mound. Probably going to be able to get this orb for free because, again, KJ, in conjunction with their Omen, they They stay back. They force the util from UH to take the space without even having to spend their own. And once again, we see it. We might end up losing Nano Swarm, but not even. Tremor comes through at the swinging door. No one goes down just yet.
There it is. They feign presence on C. They hard rotate over to the B site, which is going to be really clean for this rolling thunder out of UNT. It's going to be invested to deny the plant altogether, recognizing this is a save. They don't even want to give those 300 credits over. And with Bab playing like this, it might just be possible. Lockdown, an extra measure of defense here. UNT really wanting that advantage, that 7th round. I mean, that's expensive in terms of ultimates, so if you're UH Scarlet, you gotta see that as a win, but 15 seconds left. They haven't given up. They're funneling towards this A site, but even then, Sage says, I can put this to a halt with 1 C's. You're not getting past the C's. The timer's gonna be bought down, and at this point, I want them to swing. Periwinkle solo.
Yeah, Periwinkle, you've got 1 health and a dream. Just go in. Okay, 4 health. I apologize.
I want to see them plant. Like they could have planted on the A site for plant money. But, I mean, it was a save anyways, so they'll be able to buy this round. That's likely why we're seeing the timeout coming from Orchid. And we said it before, we thought this was a little bit late because UNT already has the lead, but what can they do?
Honestly, if you're Scarlet, I think most likely their coach is calling this timeout and be like, hey, hold up. We are dumping util when we haven't forced anything from them. And the funny thing is that UNT round 1 did use a lot of util as soon as they thought Scarlet was there, but they adapted so fast without needing to call this timeout. But Scarlet has yet to recognize that they're using all of this util to gain space, to engage when they don't even need to. UNT is not using util until they feel as though they need it to either rotate out or rotate in. And so in doing so, the expenditures across the board are so much less that it gives them the ability to re-engage a lot faster because their sine wave is just starting to hit its apex by the time that spike goes down. So that's what's putting UH in such a bad position right now, is this util to get space that they don't need to use.
Yeah, they need to recognize that UNT is playing more reserved. I mean, 90% of the time, other than maybe Sage on A being the exception, they aren't fighting for that space. They're giving away. I mean, even on the B side, right? They more use that utility after the fact once they hear the plant going through. And as we say that, I mean, we might see a change here. Look, a one-way aggressively here from Akea towards Mound to make them think they're fighting forward. In the meantime, though, it looks like UH Scarlet following through on the plan they had from that timeout, which is going to be this B execution, hopefully. I mean, that or it's a fake, which with Spike headed towards A, that seems to be the case.
CG's gonna back off, play back a site. UNT is now down 2, something we haven't seen in a little bit.
If Bab got out of that, I was gonna cry. But not getting out of Akeo and Lilac, that's for sure. They're doing a good job evening things back up, but look how many ultimates UH Scarlet still has, Nerdy.
Well, they have 1 less, unfortunately, after they
Not
lose
the big ticket ones, it's fine.
But it's the Rolling Thunder and Showstopper. For me, yes, you could, and dumping 2 ults is not the best in conjunction with one another, but theoretically, we back off here.
Clean.
Ooh, beautiful shot from Orchid. But, okay, so we back off here, and you play literally for the spike tap. And then you use the Rolling Thunder, and then you have Orchid come out and end up using the Showstopper. It could be gorgeous, but ult here is going to stop the necessity for even possibly both those ultimates.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
no.
Agio does find Orchid. Yeah, tragic. I have line of sight on you, but my teammate, who I think is with me, doesn't have line of sight. So we're in a 1v1.
They have to get the timing. Akio, they have to stick it to half here at the minimum. They're going to try and stick it all the way with, even though Ultier is low
Can
HP,
Ultier make
they're
it
gonna
out?
walk away with the round and their weapon.
All right. I've said it before, and I'm going to die on this hill, and that is if you're struggling on either your offensive or defensive round, finishing the half at a 4-8 is better. It is really what you're shooting for, and Scarlet, they can do it. 4-8 is a lot easier. It gives you more padding to deal with when you're trying to go on, during the round swap at the halfway point. Right now, Scarlet's just looking to get this round and look at it 1 round at a time.
As they should. They have a chance of turning things around toward the 7-5. Ult's still strong here. UNT only that showstopper in the mix of possible disruption. And with Periwinkle finding that frag, it's off the table.
Bab playing patiently. I love this patience play from UNT in general, just waiting it out. However, this Trailblazer is going to spot you out. We do have to, unfortunately, give ourselves away. The 2-on-1 swing cat with no tail does find Bab. Unfortunately, Lilac will pick up 2 thereafter. Jump engage from Oregon has Showstopper, clears out tree. It's going to just shoot it to the back of sight near drop. And now the spike plant is going to be confirmed. We're in a 3-on-3, and we have from the shadows, it can get us information about where UNT is once they flood the site. And then we also still have this Rolling Thunder for University of Houston. And so that Rolling Thunder can be paramount in preventing that spike from getting defused. I'm just wondering how we're going to use it. The fault line's out, dark cover, paranoia, all exchanged over near stairs, but no one has been eliminated just yet.
And this is a situation UH Scarlet has been trying to set themselves up for. They're strong in these post plans, specifically old tier, but this round could be the exception. Periwinkle left in 1v2 with only a Guardian and low HP, so Lilac the hero, a 4K, while Sage gets to defuse, means 8-3, and Nerdy, you might just be a psychic with that 8-4 prediction.
Perhaps, though I know that my predictions have cursed us heavily in the past. Okay, look, if I can survive with a wallet that looks worse than this, I have faith in Scarlet to do A-okay.
Okay.
It's just really, I think it's going to come down to not forcing the ones, taking the duels, and, you know, utilizing the 3 ults that you have versus the 2 in the most advantageous way possible.
My issue is that ults here, they've been sitting on this Rolling Thunder for quite a while, and it could have made a difference, you know, last round in particular, or previously, and I'm hoping to see them be not as heavy-handed with it, because it is the last round. It is everything goes. So Seeker to the entry, recognizing, as per mentioned, that we don't really see that forward pressure from UNT, but it's like UH Scarlet wants to bring that forward pressure off the boom bot, and well, that'll get some damage. Cat with no tail will lose their life as a result.
You should run. Lockdown from defenders and attackers. And Showstopper to boot, doesn't find anybody, but the defender lockdown is still active. The attackers was destroyed. Jelly rounds into everybody on mound. The flash comes out onto Lilac. We did get a trade, but there's 3 left standing for Houston.
There it is.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder for Raven to parlay into 2 kills. It's gorgeous, but Akeochi gets 2 themselves. And then Altier, she cleans up the rest. 8-4.
Woohoo! Yeah. Ultier, I said you were a clutch master, and you definitely are. A lot of these rounds are on the board for UH Scarlet coming out of their hero plays. Calm, cool, collected, even when all that pressure is building out towards Mound, and they can pick up the pieces that their team has left for them. So 8-4, the best they could hope for after that rocky start where UNT tied the initial 5 together. And I'm trying to think about these ultimates and what their strong suits are with the Sky over the Fade on a defense, and it really is only the ultimate that I can think about. So I'm hoping to see them maybe try and farm some orbs for the Seekers, but beyond that, we'll have to see what their strategy is, because yeah, UNT very creative in their defense with being as passive as they are.
Look, ultimately for me, the difference between Sky and Fade is that I stand Fade until the day I die. We also see that the Fade haunt does mark a few people, and I didn't mention that, is that haunt in conjunction with Prowlers, if you're holding a close angle, is disgusting, because there's no running away from that Prowler. You can't bait it away. It finds you, and you are going to get blinded. Now, Raven's got B-site kind of locked down, get some chip fire in. We also see that I think it's Lilac is worse for wear as far as health goes, and that is also the caveat of not having a Sky. No one can heal you.
That is a fair point to make here. This round thus far, no real space game by UNT, and Lilac, who's been heading up the leaderboard, is also at a lower HP line, so might not be that clutch player they're hoping for. But here it is, the attempted an execution through C, but great denial utility, great rotation as well from UH Scarlet, and while UNT gives up the site, UH Scarlet looking like they're saying, we live by the site, we die by the site here.
I'm all for the full commit. The aftershocks used to try and prevent people from crossing the angle, but unfortunately it does not work out. People just walk by it anyway, saying, haha, you engaged a little too late. Cat with no tail's going to juggle peek here around boxes at A site. Is disengaging. I'm not sure if Cat with no tail's aware that there's 3 rounding this corner, because this is going to be a shootout, and unfortunately it's Fade versus Sky, and Fade wins, but of course I want Fade to win.
Oh, and that frags are huge. Not because they're frags, but because the remaining members were the low HP players. So Lilac, 8 HP. Jelly, even worse for her, with 6. They have to get the timing, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So a 1v2 now in the cards. And right click gets you into their pistol.
It's a little intriguing that our 2 low health players did not kind of swing first and try to take the space first. It's typically how I've seen people run it, but perhaps the call was, no, I need to protect you, my president and vice president. Your ability to hold yourselves down post-plan is better. It, like, just player-wise, that's what the squad believed in, and it worked out. I don't know what's going on in the comms. It was a little different than what I anticipated, but nonetheless, UNT bringing our score up to 9.
True. And that is a huge round, a huge momentum killer for UH Scarlet when they were pretty sure they would need that if they wanted to start getting things under control sooner rather than later. And while UH Scarlet is taking that A main pressure approach that UNT didn't, it's not going to find too much here other than space and information from Cat with no tail and these jump peaks. But look at that. A lot of these Deagles hitting their shots. That's why it's called the GC Deag.
UNT a little worse for where the Prowlers used. Doesn't pick anybody up because UH played far enough back that didn't matter. Fate's going to round this corner possibly without anybody. Hopefully it's not a dry swing. That's the scary thing. And my one friend that's watching that likes to play Fade with a dry swing, this is what comes to mind when you dry swing, my friend. They're not. They're going to use the haunt, pull attention, didn't mark anybody. The aftershock is also going to force Orchid to round the corner, but it doesn't matter. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and that puts UH in a much more comfortable position because it's just the Fade and Breeze left standing.
These frags have been insane, but still better weapons for Sage and Bab. I mean, there is a world, there is a chance, but Ult here with that collected Spectre is the one to leverage UH Scarlet into a Thrifty. We just talked about momentum, and that is a surefire way to disrupt it, disrupt the economy for UNT, allow you to get a really strong buy together against pure pistols, and this could be what UH needs to start making up those lost rounds.
I mean, we're in the semifinals for for the UNI tournament. I think I said that correctly. If I didn't, I'm sorry, production. But yes, I did. So of course I want it to stretch out. I want to see this go tooth and nail. But of course, this is a 3-map series, so perhaps Scarlet, went in just being like, let's do the best we can. As they already, unfortunately, UNT already lost 1 with the 2-player swing onto Orchid. Orchid just does not care. The disadvantage, she's just like, yeah, you think I'm trapped in here with you? No, you're trapped in here with me. Jelly trying to use the Deagle to get a little bit of pepper spray down onto Raven, but Raven has not taken a single chip of damage. Instead, he's just going to use their util to force people out, and there's the aftershock to force them back. Periwinkle is going to use dark cover. There's another flash onto Periwinkle, uses the paranoia, is staying here on back of sight instead of walking all the way off.
I mean, Raven been insane defending multiple sites at simultaneous junctions here. They stall out the B hit, force rotation to C, and that's where that Swarm Grenade is to help aid Periwinkle on their defensive hold. Fortunately, this go-around, all that utility was used, and no rotation resulted out of UNT. They still look like they want to hit this site, and the jumping from Periwinkle confirming their position here. They look like they have enough information to go for this commitment, but they don't realize Cat with no tail or Raven are there. A great guiding light, but unfortunately, Periwinkle gets overwhelmed, so that's a weapon collected that Jelly is going to be happy to use to get some frags, to get the numbers advantage in UNT's favor as Lilac delivers the plant.
Cat with no tail used the enemy dark cover to disengage towards Waterfall. Has Orchid in tow, uses Pain Chill, is gonna force Lilac to round this corner. Cat with no tail with one blast already. Showstopper comes through, doesn't pick anybody up, but Cat with no tail found the eliminations anyway. It's a 2-on-1, it was started as a 2-on-2, became 2-on-1. It's Akio with the Deagle, cannot find the shot. Cat with no tail, drop it down from the high ropes. That's UH picking up a round win.
I'm I'm out of breath. I'm in awe. Cat with no tail. That was an insane shot you landed there. And a very well needed one. I am also surprised the showstopper didn't find any frags, and I was also shocked that we were 3 rounds in and they already had that available. So, I mean, Orchid is showing that they've got what it takes to be what can turn this map around for their team. They're working beautifully in tow with Cat with no tail to get that retake, which is huge, yes, but you also lost a lot of those weapons that you did buy up. So, economy to be kept in check, albeit it was their technical bonus after flipping the Thrifty into UNT's face. So we're gonna see the first rifle on rifle round here in the second half.
Look, the showstopper was a zoning ult to put them all in Cat with no tail's line of sight, all according to plan. Now the question is, what's the plan here for UNT? The swarm grenades are used, dark cover. We're gonna send our Roomba out as well as the Fade ultimate. We don't have the response of angry cabbages this time from the enemy sky for Scarlet. And unfortunately, holy McNuggets, that is 4 down instantaneously. Cat with no tail has 2 teammates in tow after they dump Util near this Omen, and they're saying, no, UNT. Akeo, you're not getting away.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is a good time for UNT to take a timeout. I don't expect them to. I expect it to come when it's like tied 9-9 or worse, but that round just felt like a disjointment in the cohesion that UNT has had and set the standard for previously in this map. I mean, I don't know if they meant to swing together onto Ultier or if it was just meant to go for the trades and they lined up, or something there just isn't meshing very well. So again, UNT forced into a save. UH Scarlet, an opportunity to continue inching closer and closer to the arm-length score of 9 rounds UNT has upheld. What does UNT respond with here on this eco round, and why is UH Scarlet stacked so heavily towards C?
Both very valid questions, and the response I have to you is, I don't know, we have to let them cook. And right now, I think if you're Scarlet, you're committing very heavily onto C site, because I mean, UNT, where have they been hitting? It's been C site. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of mentality, but it was broke if you're UNT and they're trying to fix it. So they rotated B site first this time.
Oh no.
The dark cover, oh dear, no, I am so sorry. Fade will find the elimination onto the breach. What is going on back there?
Spike's late. Look at the reposition from Raven. I think Jelly spotted it, which is the only silver lining here, so the teammates should be prepared to challenge, but Paranoia is late, so they find Bab. It's a trade, blow for blow. UNT somehow walks away with the ace site and the numbers at its advantage, but UH Scarlet hot on their heels already here in link, but that breakable door is going to be the perfect audio cue to allow UNT to start preparing for this incoming pressure, and that's one way to hold the line, a seasoning combo.
Yeah, that's a beautiful combo. Just the audio anxiety in me gets triggered when I hear that. We have Showstopper from the Shadows currently online if you're looking at UNT. And this is what I like about UNT is that they tend to back off from the spike more, but they are worse for wear. I mean, you've got 3 people alive versus 2. This is get as much information as we physically can. And if you're Jelly, play for the lurk, and Jelly picks up 1. Can you pick up 2? The distraction's enough for Akeo to pick up Cat with no tail. 3 members left standing, 10-7. We've had 1 timeout thus far. I think UH is not quite ready to call this timeout. They do have decent enough economy that we could theoretically see a buy here. Periwinkle is the one that is a little bit more brokey and being like, hey, team, what's the plan? And I think if you're Periwinkle, your plan predominantly here is to swing with the teammate and make sure that no one's like the one person that you think is probably going to force a 1v1 or a 1v2. Jelly or Orchid in this instance, you swing with them so that you can pick up the gun of the person that they kill.
It's true. I also want to see them make sure that they're protecting Cat with no tail and Ultier, because they're the ones that have these big ticket ultimates. But look at this. This is the fruits of the labor, the stack on the C site that has been attempted time and time again. This time it gets its opportunity to shine. This time it shuts down basically all the momentum here for UNT, leaving it in a 2v5. And even Lilac on this lurk really can't get into the B site because of all this Killjoy utility.
So with all of that in mind, and there's... Oh, okay. We're gonna... Flashpoint used, dark cover in response. Raven lurking, Akeo with 1. Raven, they find Lilac. We even used the Nanoswarm. UNT's just down to Akio again. I feel like this is a common occurrence where it's the same player left standing over and over again. And Raven will find that final pick in favor of University of Houston Scarlet. So Scarlet currently has that Rolling Thunder. The lockdowns online, has Seekers. In response, UNT lockdown. Unfortunately, I don't have my Fate Ultimate online. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, and From the Shadows. We've seen the Showstoppers used consistently. Like, we got the double blast pack in, we take down the enemy's lockdown. So perhaps it's going to be used to bait out the Showstopper to allow the opportunities for Rolling Thunders to be used. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's up to these squads.
A lot of ultimates means it's going to be a chaotic round here. And we'll have to see what UNT wants to do, how they want to tie these together, cascade them into a victory. And I like where UH has positioned themselves. So they've deposited these players, particularly Orchid, because they're playing for disruption. They don't want to get a post plant, because when you have a lockdown, Showstopper, and a Rolling Thunder, you might as well kiss that round goodbye. But I am nervous about how widespread UNT is, right?
I mean, yes, it does it worries me as well, but not in the same capacity. It more is like a telling of how confident they are in their solo and duo plays, that they're willing to be this spread out. But I also understand that, you know, these teams, neither one really has the I'm gonna lurk really hard, nor do they have, you know, the Cypher to go for those lurk plays. Oh, the C's on the cow with no tail. I mean, Jelly's right there. But Jelly doesn't commit the paint grenade, which isn't what we've seen in the past, so they waited out. But it also worries me because you know that there's going to be a full team commit. So if you're UNT right now, well, if you're Scarlet right now and you're this spread out, like there's a cascade going from A towards B. If this retake isn't perfect, you're going to lose teammates too early. And speaking of, we've lost one from both sides. Double blast pack on the back. High ground. Showstopper into drop. Doesn't get the elim, but the follow-up shots do. And they're
going to stop the plant. They stopped the plant.
Oh my god.
And the round's over. The lockdown means nothing. Bab just has to go for, you know, plant money, and that's not even going to be enough, I feel like, to bail them out here. Ultir grabs another frag, and yeah, that keeps things in check. That was a lot invested for UNT not to come away with that round.
Okay, so that was Lockdown, Showstopper. We also used Showstopper and Seekers as well as Rolling Thunder. So 3 ults from one side, 2 from the other. We still have Rolling Thunder and From the Shadows. I mean, From the Shadows is more information gathering, last-ditch effort to plant the spike on a completely opposite side from where you see everybody. If you're Houston, I could theoretically now at this point see Lockdown literally used to force the attackers off the site. They do lose Fade from UNT, so there's already making this round easier for Houston.
I mean, Orchid already has the Showstopper back here. I can see them investing on another swinger deep into the site. I mean, this is probably when you start trying to pull it out if you don't hit the shots, but Orchid is hitting the shots. So a 2v5 on par for an ace, and at this point, Cat with No Tail's probably saying, "Go for it, bro. I'm here for you."
Okay, so you know that I'm always I enjoy some good Showstopper action, but have you noticed that our Showstoppers have only forced people out of angles this game, and no eliminations have occurred from them? I find that very amusing, and in all honesty, if I were Orchid, this would be the one chance where theoretically you would actually get picks with the Showstopper because they're all inside such a small room.
And I mean, the Trailblazers are confirming it too. I think it would be the green flag, but I think the reason why they haven't is that they have so much information here from Periwinkle towards C, so they know that they're still hanging out there, and they're just playing down the clock, right? This is the round you don't want to give up. You want to tie things up, and then you still have, you know, 2 or 3 rounds to get yourselves to the end of the map, to get yourselves to OT. So save these for when it's going to count, when you're taking the lead back.
Oh, okay, it's just vibing, but Orchid, are you going for it?
Get the ace.
I mean, you don't steal Orchid's ace. There's 1, there's 2.
Oh, they're flashed!
Oh, the tragedy.
Pab gets the ace denial, but does not get to save their weapon. Periwinkle, the backstab. Double digits for double digits here. It's going to come down to the wire because economies are similar. Ultimates are similar. And I really can't call who's going to win this, but a timeout. from UNT may sway me.
All right. Scarlet called one timeout when things were a little worse for wear. UNT was posted pretty strong at an 8-4, and now they're 10-10, and their coach is probably just like, hey, timeout. Are y'all having fun? Are we doing okay? I'm not discrediting UNT's skill level in any regard. It's just Zobi and I have watched them for a very, very long time at this point. I mean, very meaning 3 months. In my dodo brain, that's a long time. But when we first spoke to them, it was all about having fun, making things work with what they could, and just reminding themselves of that. And they have grown exponentially since then. I need to further instill that here. Both Scarlet and University of North Texas, we've seen such astronomical improvement. It makes me extremely happy. But the utilization of these timeouts from both squads, stop the roll that's coming through, slow down the enemy team, make them get concerned about what the counter strategies are coming out as for UNT. But for UNT, right now, I don't really know what a full counter strategy would be here, other than they need to force util early like they were on the defensive rounds without having to commit a whole lot of their own, because I think that's really what it's coming down to, is that they're engaging with a lot. What do you think?
I agree with you, but it feels like, you know, UH is eagerly investing in this utility. It's just they're falling into these trap plays. I mean, look at last round. Sage getting first blooded. Prior, when it was I think it was the 3K from Cat with no tail here. And it looks like they're doing well this time to piece it apart, right? Early fault line to deny mound control. To deny that one-way benefit. But, again, Raven's been good at holding down this B site this round. Gonna be the exception, but even then, not taken, and it's gonna be Cat with no tail to try and leverage things back in their favor, but ultimately it's still no showstopper kill for us.
Man, Jelly doing exactly what we saw Orchid do earlier. See, wait, you saw Periwinkle on Waterfall, Jelly! What was the plan, my friend?
Well, we will never know. But what I do know is that UNT looks like they have rebounded after that timeout. Akio as well cleared out the flank, means that Periwinkle's left in the 1v4 situation, and I mean, look already, Akio in position with the paranoia to help their teammates as soon as contact is made. There it is, they don't even need to use it. Sage tucked away safely in a corner that isn't cleared, and UNT takes the lead back in Storm without any ult usage.
All right, Lockdown still online for Scarlet. From the Shadows is there. We still have Rolling Thunder and From the Shadows for UNT. So I don't know when they're planning on using these ults at this point. I've tried. I've given the predictions that have not come to fruition. I can only predict the curses. Look, that's the only thing I'm good for. I'm good for preemptively telling our production, hey, we've got another curse coming through. But other than that, these teams continue to surprise me in the best ways possible. Cat with no tail did spot at least the KJ. I'm not sure if they saw anybody else, but Mound already has dark cover on it. Periwinkle may need to disengage if they want to make sure they keep the agent balance in the equal on both sides right here. We see the Haunt. Instantly destroyed, though.
Still gets information, though. They know Raven's stuck in that corner. They know there's another player somewhere since they also shot at it for Raven. My concern now is, look, Alarm Bot, they're on the verge of it. And my question is going to be, how do they deal with that pressure if they follow through on this B execution? Answer is they might not get that opportunity. C-Site, the real goal, Paranoia, still holding the front line, and oh, please don't div to B. That's my only concern here, because you're going to get crunched immediately from Orchid and Altair. So yeah, we're going to see it. Rolling Thunder invested towards the C site. Has to be respected here, so a plant should come through. Nice try to step up to accelerate the timeline. A nice hunt to ensure that they also cannot challenge, but look at how fast, again, this flank comes through.
Scarlet still has the agent advantage. We're going to use the Defender lockdown as well, and unfortunately Raven falls in the instance. I think they know where the lockdown is at, and they're going to flood out and prevent anyone from rushing into sight. Altair, Orchid find one, Altair with another. I don't know what happened to Sage. We're going to use the Guiding Light, force Jelly further back. They know where you're at. The Aftershock. No way. No way. Are we going to get a first Showstopper kill? I mean, you're right there.
What? And Ulster's just ticking it. Orchid putting themselves on the line with the reload, the classic! The paint shell's not gonna get the job done! It's been stuck all the way! The ace denied! Ulster's the Ricky to tie us up here again, 11-11.
How? What? That's Did we aim too high with it? What happened? I have not gotten a single showstopper kill this entire game. We have gone 22 rounds. Please, I need it satiated.
I feel like we're getting more like showstoppers in the average game as well. Like they consistently are getting them. They're consistently cycling them in great situations. It just isn't working out. So UNT again, these have a bye together. But UA Scarlet now has the Rolling Thunder back in contention. So again, this round could be anybody's game.
Y'all are making me nervous. Lilac goes down to Orchid. That's over at A site, and now it looks as though Orchid is going to try and just clear the entire angle. Isn't going to go for any sort of flank lurk play, which is understandable. Disengages after getting the info that there's no one past the dark cover. But Ake over at Mound fiddles the orb to try and pull attention. I don't think it's going to work. Scarlet is much more patient than you give them credit for. And they even did a default push, too, and they found one elimination. Scarlet did onto UNT, which is great, but we saw this round 1, and UNT has learned from it. They're not dumping a bunch of util when they're seeing this initial engage. They're waiting. They're biding their time because they want Scarlet to feel the pressure of that time clock ticking down. When you hit those 30 seconds, it's time to pick a site and commit. And unfortunately, they have not gotten what they wanted from this default push, and now they've lost Raven as well. Oh, are we going to see
Nightfall?
Nightfall marks 1. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find the elimination on it, though.
Well, still the 4v4 space confirmed, but it's stolen back by Cat with no tail and ults here temporarily. And I mean, my concern now, look, Orchid! They haven't cleared out. They're going for the paint shell. They want them not to... Okay, they need to learn geometry. I just saw the issue of why the showstoppers aren't hitting. That paint shell should have ended the round alone, and it goes way too wide.
They just called everybody out. Look. I'm not a math
that
major.
was like the easiest round secured there. Your wallbang shots were hitting. The paint shell should have finished them off, and now you're in a 1v3. So I mean, still the round should go in your favor because you have a trade, but that's just so funny, bro.
Oh, you just made my day.
Like, bro, like, did you see how wide it went?
I did. Oh. Okay. 11 to 12. We're not out of the woods yet. There's no clear victor in this instance. But if one of these, oh, we got another timeout coming from our defenders. So Houston's calling it, giving themselves a minute to breathe.
They're learning their geometry.
Yes, someone's taking a quick second and be like, okay, this is a Pythagorean theorem.
Yep.
Now, here's the quick way to memorize this. This is all you need. We're totally joking. But at the end of the day, it is really tragic to see that one moment where even the players probably like, if I had landed this, that we would have won that round instance. It happens to everybody. Yeah, they did at the end. But they did have to lose a lot of people, including themselves. But it's anybody's game right now. I think this timeout is warranted. Yes, Scarlet
You don't go to OT, bro.
Yeah.
This is your map pick, too, if you're Scarlet.
Yeah.
So the fact that UNT's been in control of the momentum up until, like, a few rounds ago is insane in my mind already.
Question is, if you're Scarlet currently and you're wanting to be successful on this map, knowing that you're going to be forced onto Icebox, which I do believe they're okay with being on, but they're anticipating it not going in their favor considering it's not their map pick, and we've not had a whole lot of history with Scarlet on Icebox, but we have with UNT. I do think that timeout is warranted. They're really trying to make sure that they're successful on their map pick to force the Breeze pick. And I do know, just based off what we've seen thus far, Scarlet has very comfortable duelists, and I think the duelist plus in conjunction with, you know, maybe a wee baguette play is very paramount to controlling Breeze. So, Scarlet, I'm banking on you to win this map, and if I'm completely wrong, UNT, you know I've rooted for you a lot. I got to give some love over to Scarlet from time to time.
We'll see if that timeout and see what they need to punch their ticket here towards map 2, but looks like thus far UNT's found an opening here on the B site, and I love this word pressure as well because they're anticipating the Rolling Thunder retake. So Seeker is out. It's going to spot that out though, so now that's the second layer of concern.
Oh, Spiky isn't even confirmed. They're going to use Rolling Thunder. They also use the
trades.
Flashpoint. The Paranoia comes out. The U-Tilt. This is why B site scares the living daylights out of me in late rounds. When everyone has the opportunity to buy utility, buy full weapons, or at least automatic weapons, B side is just a bloodbath. And we've lost 2 for both sides. From the shadows, I believe it was UNT that used it.
They got the spike. Out of no man's land. And that gives them this A site because of Jelly's attempt to push through spawn and flip the map for the B site hold. It now turned into that backdoor A option. Fortunately, though, it feels like they're not very confident on what angle to take first. And Periwinkle going to be able to confirm some positions with their own from the shadows. So it's going to be a potential solo fight here in Tree. Paranoia doesn't land, but the shots definitely will for Raven. So numbers here in Scarlet's favor. Great aftershock as well to force the fight, to force the frag. And unless Jelly gets the right timing, it would have been beautiful. But ultimately, 13-11, UH Scarlet's going to ensure that their map pick does not get stolen away, that they go up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. They want to rewrite history here in the UNI qualifier. And Nerdy, they definitely turned things around in the second half.
The 8-4 to 10-10 to then bring it all the way was absolutely incredible, but I don't think they're going to have as much leeway on Icebox, considering we know how powerful UNT is on Icebox.
True.
I'm a little worried, but
Okay,
that's
but
okay.
let me raise you this. Nerdy. It was 13-11 on that map the last time these two teams met, so it was already close. And if we're seeing a better UH Scarlet with a substitute player, mind you, then I think this. I'm not gonna cast a curse it, but there is a world where there's a 2-0.
Okay, well, perhaps it's a 2-0 in favor of Houston, or we end up going to Breeze, either of which I'm okay with, but I do think we can give the squads and you and me a quick opportunity to convene, take a quick break, grab some water, stretch their legs, and then come back and be ready to go, possibly into overtime, or we see a queen sleep in favor of one squad. Either way, we've got a map 2 guaranteed. We're going to go to Icebox, but for now, we'll take a quick break. Welcome back to the UNI broadcast, we are in our second map of our semifinals, which will lead into our grand finals. Currently, we're watching University of Houston Scarlet take on North Texas. Scarlet managed to squeak in a victory, a very close one, on their map pick of Lotus, but we're going to be moving on to Icebox. Now, Zoe, what are your thoughts regarding Icebox and these two squads?
I mean, in terms of the UNI qualifier itself, UH Scarlet has played it once, and I don't know if they're going to be running the same composition, because that was with Binko, and now they have Periwinkle. And they were running a double duelist at that time, which you said would leverage their playstyle, and I completely agree, especially on the defensive half. But then again, I keep going back to the semifinals of Aurora Series Emergence, where this map was a victory for North Texas 13-11. So they historically have the map behind them, but it was so close that the smallest mistake can make a difference. And we've seen some small mistakes here and there on Lotus that ended up into bigger exchanges and then a lost map.
Okay, so then my second question for you is, typically we have a Sova on this map. Do you think we'll see that from UNT, or do you think we're going to stick with the Fade that we had on Lotus?
I don't think we're going to have a Fade. If we see a Sova, I actually don't know. It's because both Sage and KO have played Sova. I think Ascent is they're testing out a new composition. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see Sage on a KO and maybe a double initiator play out of them. I haven't seen their ice blocks in a minute. And like I said, they've been going through these role swaps, so they really could bring out anything. And since we don't have much prediction knowledge to go off of, we can just see it for
And right now we can see we've got a confirmation. I teased it for possibility of Breeze, and if we end up going there with North Texas, if they win Icebox, which is their own map pick, as a reminder to everybody, we have our Frenchman. We have yeah, we're gonna be coming out with the chamber. We have Jet confirmed and Sova for North Texas, so probably no Fade. I'm wondering what Akio's gonna go, but probably gonna be, you know, the Omen again is my anticipation. Scarlet, I'm a little surprised because it's been a while since I've seen this, but they are going to be basically using what I think is the standard Icebox composition. They have this Sage. They're going to go Jet, Viper, KJ, and Sova. They're not fully locked in yet, but it's probably just they want to use this entire timer to the best of their advantage. They flashed the Fade. Don't tease me like this, Raven. Don't do this to me, please.
I'm curious more about Bab. I feel like they're baiting us on the deadlock, but maybe they've been convinced or coerced by all the VCT action with this agent. But I do feel like Houston Scarlet, they definitely are. I feel like flexing into what the comfort picks for Periwinkle that subs player are, because like I mentioned beforehand, they were running a double duelist, and now as you mentioned, they're going back to that kind of a standard. But we do get the double Sovas, and now we're just waiting for that final lock-in, and Bav is running the deadlock. Ooh,
Bav, why are you doing this to me? Okay. I'm so look. I get deadlock is strong. I appreciate the utility that agent brings to the table. What I don't appreciate is the cocoon. Bab, if we talk later, just know that I would have appreciated a Cypher or a Breach or a Brim or anybody but Deadlock.
No, okay. I love Deadlock on this map so
I do too. Like,
much.
she's great on this map.
This is her best map, like undeniably so.
She just sends shivers down my spine, quite literally. All right. Best of luck to both these squads. I said before to our production that specifically, I'm not going to say what it was in regards to. I said when we hit 10-10, and one of our prod members was just like, "Can you just say when we get close? Don't say 10-10." And I just said I love you, and then walked away from my camera.
Either way, though, getting ready to jump into Icebox, and my only concern here is, as I mentioned, that Deadlock is very well equipped to shut down a Jet like Orchid with those sonic sensors, and the fact that they're running that standard composition with the double Sentinel means it's going to be a hard-fought attack half for them. Fortunately, though, it is going to be UH Scarlet starting out on the defense, with UNT taking that attack half here first and foremost. And I'm trying to see what do you think are the problems with the UNT composition?
I think the problem with the UNT comp is honestly, like, yeah, you're gonna have Cascade, you'll have Cove, and you have High Tide, but other than that, you don't have the ability to remove a lot of cover. I mean, Cloud Smoke is one thing, but they don't last that long. So you're gonna be heavily relying on this Harbor utility, whereas the Viper, so long as you cycle your resource well enough, can, you know, circumvent a lot of the ability, like close sight lines or people double swinging with that util. And then also, not to mention the slows from Sage and the wall from Sage, I think are very powerful. And then you mirror the ability to use the Cloud Smokes. And then, I really think it's going to come down to the ability to create cover when it comes to the Viper versus that Harbor.
I think Harbor is like a great substitute for a Sage, but yeah, I agree with that comparison between the Viper and the Harbor. For now, though, I mean, it's been a pretty slow start for both squads. Orchid had tried to go for some initial information, initial frags. It didn't really come up in their favor. And now that caused UNT not really wanted to try their luck on the A site, not knowing how many had pushed up. So headed back towards this B site, where an early indication off this jump through from Periwinkle should inform, their early rotations from UH Scarlet.
Ooh, but Jelly rounded yellow fast and got Periwinkle. Orchid soon to follow. There's the cover coming out from Jet as opposed to having to use Harbor util early, but Lilac will get the trade onto Raven after we lose Sage. And now it's a 2v4 retake, and UH, this is going to be a little rough. They have used the Poison Orb to try and juke out some utility, but I don't even think that Shock Darts were committed.
I mean, we talked about kind of not having a consistent zoning element, but I think that Barrier Mitch did just the right job. I mean, numbers advantage still in UNT's favor, albeit old tier finds 1, but the trade not long to follow with 15 HP in time. Not in their favor. They have to stick it all the way here, and AKO, perfect timing. Perfect team ace there to get UNT their 3rd pistol, actually, of the series.
University, so Scarlet, and again, just know that to anyone watching that's a Scarlet fan, because I've said this in the past and I'll continue to say it until I see it rectified, has notoriously struggled with pistol rounds. So they just kind of go in, I think, understanding that pistols aren't their greatest asset. They know they're going to start with a deficit and just play for their first buy round. And if they can come out on top of a pistol round, then yippee. But they work around it to the best of their ability.
So now, early mid exploration out of UNT. That's going to get punished by Raven. Again, you cannot challenge Raven without them at least walking away with 1. And Kitchen is their domain. Unfortunately, Orchid trying to find similar success will be shut down by Sage and that Bulldog. So no harm, no foul. The only difficulty here is that Sage is not at full HP as they walk away from that duel.
Over there.
Raven's gonna peek their head up.
That
Peek and lurk when you're on defense always scares me. If you overstay your welcome and people know where you're at, the ability to just land the shot and just wait is too much. It's a very high risk.
And Jelly playing with fire here, playing with the timing on top of Tube. Not going to line up. Now it falls onto Periwinkle, and fortunately the GCD gets harder than the Classic, and that will be an open B site for the taking. Solo fight's taken, but a beautiful sonic sensor that Bab can capitalize off of, and they're even aware of the potential of an enemy coming from their own spawn. The timing, though, not there. So Ultier steals that away, and now is going to try and use the Poison Cloud just to collect the weapon upgrade. Very intelligent, and you can see no real counter other than a Raycon bolt. Fortunately, though, can't find much. Jelly, Guardian, 1 shot. All it takes. UNT 2-0.
I mean, I don't know if Ultier would have been able to make it out anyway, so it was worth the risk. And now we are into our bye round for Houston. The question is, What's the plan of attack here? I see that we've got some people capable of full buying. We've got a Phantom with full shields, which is a little bit of an interesting pick on Icebox. Typically, I do see people favoring that Vandal, and also considering it's Cat with no tail, which, you know, Sova, you're going to be getting information, denying angles. You tend to start further back than the rest of your squad, so I'm not sure how the Phantom's going to work out. Best of luck to you. Have Cascade push through to try to lock off an angle. It is going to allow ult here to disengage.
So fall off here, but still 3 members for UA Scarlet holding strong here on the A site. I wish we would see more pressure from the KJ or the Sage to explore other parts of the map, but it does seem like with that opening first blood, they could commit to this A site if they so choose. It's even bigger that's the Viper, right? Because that would have been the toxic screen, which would have been a retake tool, an advantageous vulnerability when they are taking the site. So you can see how careful UA Scarlet has to be now without that kind of edge hold.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's just that ability to take away information, and the secondary side effect of that is if someone decides to egress through the Viper wall, it involves them, as you mentioned. But Jelly, Jet on Jet aggression, finds one. Raven, Cow with no tail. Cow with no tail again.
Stop solo swinging! Now they have to fight backside to grab Spike. Cat with no tail solo HP with the shock dart feels like it's worth the gamble. And with a heal from the Sage, it's still not enough to bail them out, but Lilac so low, all it's going to take is a spray through the box, and Raven delivers it alongside the 3K. That round, I mean, opened up so strongly by UNT, but small mistakes added up, and I really think the hero of that round is Cat with no tail. Being that backside force and allowing the recon bolt to provide punishment through KO and UNT's own high tide, that was just insane.
You know, Cat with no tail, I was questioning the gun pick, but you showed me why I'm still a fellow Phantom enjoyer. But this time around, despite the successfulness of that round, we're still, you know, very broke, unfortunately. So it's a little bit of a Franken buy. Orchid, nowhere near that Blade Storm. So we're five orbs off, is buying a Guardian and no shields. It's a little bit of a risky play, but let's see how it works out. We have Viper's Pit engaged on A site, trying to stop the ability to engage, and Sage used a really forward wall. Periwinkle,
I love it.
I respect it. Grabs that ult orb and disengages. We still don't have that resurrection online though.
It's because Jelly was one off from the Blade Storms. So they didn't want them to get that. Albeit, don't think they wanted this round anyways, because they also bought up a Vandal. But a great counter in that regard here. And it is interesting to see. It never ends well when you challenge Viper's Pit, so we'll see if this is the exception to the rule. I mean, they found some HP loss. 23 HP for ult here? I don't even know how that happened.
Okay, if theoretically, I don't know how far off Bab is from the Deadlock ultimate.
That would be good.
Yeah, because if someone can go in and get information and Bab can manage to get this ult online, theoretically you could shut down the Viper's Pit. But if you don't even want to have to bother, you could just rotate to a different site.
I mean, a lot of mid control being staked out by Bab here. That barrier mesh gonna challenge the turret. Fortunately, no real semblance of kitchen control, but unfortunately, again, this forward pressure from UH Scarlet towards B main. I mean, they can when they have an anchor point of a Viper Spit over towards A, and so far the frags are going in their favor. But time up against the clock, they gotta think fast, and while Jelly walks away with the frag, they don't have a tailwind. They just have to go for it and hope no one's there to contest, and they didn't have enough time! Oh, it's just post money. There's like nothing,
Yeah, just get the plant points and try to survive currently. Bab is one orb off, or one elimination off from the annihilation, and I'm scared for whomever gets caught in it. And Orchid buying up with the operator. I'm excited to see this, but I'm also scared. We've seen success with teams like just when they find out there's an op, they'll bait that initial shot and engage. But the scary thing here is they don't. If you're currently looking over on the enemy side, other than Jet, there isn't the opportunity to really engage on that space after baiting the initial op shot from the defense, so they just have to rely on walking it down. High Tide, well, Cascade comes through over near B main, and I think this actually might be a B commit. The drone was also used. We're going to grab the ult orb, Jet, Tailwind, the slow orb from Fade, well, from the Sage. Reckoning is committed. It's going to give us a lot of information regarding where these defenders are at. There's the poison orb, and the plant's going down as Ultier falls.
This is such a clean rebound from being scared to take those engagements and the line of skirmish being so far forward in UH Scarlet's favor to Jelly pushing the line forward and winning out most of these duels. It places UNT in a post-plant situation with, as you mentioned, Nerdy Bird, that Annihilation online. So a great post-plant denial tool as soon as tap goes through. And, I mean, with an operator, yeah, you got to throw that out on a retake like this. Bab, you're playing with fire here.
I respect Bab's play. Hear me out.
You need that ult.
I know.
The win condition.
But
see, they're already on. Okay.
I was gonna say, like, are we gonna see Bab just use the Annihilation on Spike Holder? But no. Lilac falls, and
Look at
now
the timing.
Bab with the lurk.
That's why they're playing out not. The gamble pays off, right?
Yep.
UNT keeps the Annihilation, and they will reassert their lead here. I mean, they're just charging up the ults, collecting them all.
Are we Pokemon Masters now?
I was going to make that joke, and I feel like I've made it before, so I guess it's your turn too. We don't have a Gecko, sadly, so I don't know if we can make that joke.
Aw, you're right. Now I gotta make it when there's a Gecko on stream, which I can almost guarantee will happen today. if
Maybe
there
grand
is.
finals?
Yeah, please, Gecko. I'm begging squads. All right. Scarlet a little broke, and the baguette has come out, and we're in response using Blade Storm if you're Scarlet. Cascade as Jelly walks forward. We've seen this play multiple times from UNT. That's the interesting part here, is that even though it's not fully worked out in their favor, they're still committing it. They're using the same utility. The High Tide's also used. Raven with the Deagle finds Bab, so I escape my arachnophobia for one more round. And I think Spike was also dropped. There's another Cascade and the High Tide are both being used. They're using this to just lock down these angles. Snakebite used.
They're baiting for Jelly.
Oh my McNuggets, the bodies everywhere.
You can't eat McNuggets, but regardless, they're all over the place. 2v1 chaos. This cat with no tail, able to find Lilac. Fortunately, though, ladder weapon, HP, and recon all here for Sage. They just need to win the fight, the reload, and the perfect timing for a swing. UNT extending their lead by 2.
I can't believe you called me out like that, Toby.
I had to. I mean, McDonald's is a sponsor. We had this discussion earlier.
Yeah, but I'm gonna stick with my catchphrase, and as I'm looking at the buys here, thankfully I'm not too scared. Jelly still has the Blade Storm online, but we've got Resurrection, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury again, Annihilation, and Blade Storm. So as we hear Blade Storm being initiated from UNT, my curiosity is, are we going to use it with the same power we had earlier? Raven falls to Bab, so I'm safe again for one more round of Annihilation. Ultier waits for the Cascade to fall, doesn't see anybody, disengages. As I said, that same play is interesting, but now when you use it differently, it's great, because it actually baited some people into a sense of security, as Jelly is going to fall down to Ultier. And we also had another elimination earlier, so we're in a 3-on-4 currently.
No, UNT doing an amazing job staggering these ultimates to get these rounds on their side, and even next round, they should have Hunter's Fury and the Annihilation to work with, because the blades from Jelly have single-handedly opened up this B site, have gotten them the plant and the numbers advantage, and fortunately Raven's gonna wrestle it back, and with a lockdown in favor, we might see them have to use that Hunter's Fury. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. A lot of angles still to clear out, which Periwinkle is doing a great job of barrier while still in contention as well. Yeah, we're probably gonna see the Hunter's Fury come out. Right there it is.
Oh, okay. We got it to half, and Periwinkle found 2.
And there, wait! You're kidding.
No way. We held the last
You're
of the
kidding.
Hunter's Fury. Sage, what happened?
It's, I felt like a disconnect in communication, right? When you're Sova ulting, you don't need your other 2 teammates to be swinging.
'Tis
Like, I
true.
understand why. Like, you're trying to get the best of both worlds, zoning ultimate and spike diffuse denial, but in the end, when Periwinkle's on top of things, Periwinkle's on top of things. Able to find both frags in UH Scarlet's favor, and then, you know, you're deeper off site because you're trying to play that ultimate, and you can't get a trade when there's multiple players that are full HP, so one takes a ping, gets it half, the other sticks it the rest of the way, and it's over.
I think this is much more close. This scoreline is closer than UNT wanted it at this point. They still have Annihilation, but they've exhausted all other ults. They don't even have Harbor for information gathering. And now we have Lockdown, Sage Resurrect still online, and Sage is going to deny the opportunity to engage, as well as the screen from Viper is going to go up as well.
Periwinkle in the right place at the right time, it seems like these past few rounds. Has been a great addition as a substitute here. Regardless, though, Jelly creeping their way in thanks to the high tide. Clearing out the high ground, confirming pressure low ground. There it is, though, that recon bolt. Again, this time they learned their mistakes. They're not going to get seen by it while they forward challenge. Question is, what happens when it falls? Oh no, I don't think they realized that the Sova slipped in. Now it means it's a high-low between Orchid and the Sova. So I think we're going to see the Annihilation this round. We have to, right? No, okay. It's because of these frags. Well, I don't know anymore, nerdy.
I don't know either. I mean, if you really want to confirm it, Bab, you could go for it and wait for someone to tap. But Orchid's not even. Orchid's gonna take away the space and opportunity to do so. Akio goes down, takes down Orchid, but then Bab returns the favor, and Kite Cat with no tail picks up one also, and UNT finds another round victory without using the Annihilation.
With that 2-round lead again, but this is what UNT struggled with, is extending this 2-round. I mean, look at that. 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. The question is somebody going to tie another one together? More looking so at UNT in the hot seat in that regard. I mean, it's just been back and forth, and looking at the ultimates, and yeah, you can definitely flex those ultimates. Okay, I could see a Reckoning to take the site, and the Annihilation in the post plant. Unfortunately, though, I don't want to see them this round, because it is a save for UH Scarlet. But we've seen a few thrifties in the Cougars a time here in both Aurora series, and now even just today on Lotus. So let's see what they can do, what Orchid specifically can do. I mean, they've passed Lilac like a ship in the night, and this is where if you don't have a trademark and a Sonic Sensor doesn't get the job done, you might just find a first blood.
Orchid getting a free Vandal upgrade. The Reckoning is going to be committed. Akeo pushing forward, and with that, that's 2 eliminated. Raven did end up finding Sage, but 3-on-3, we have Resurrect online currently if you're Scarlet and you need it. Jelly's going to pick up another. Periwinkle returns the favor. 2-on-2, I think currently just based off of what we have. Oh, the spike is not in a great spot. You saw it get picked up, but Periwinkle couldn't find the connection.
Standing ahead.
With that, plant comes through. Recon Bolt not collecting means safe passage, safe plant, but still both of these players, specifically Jelly being low, means that you can collect your weapon, you can take a fight, you can tap, you can spray through the wall, but Lilac having better visibility there means they'll walk away with the round, walk away with the 6th, and this is where the question becomes, are they going to keep up this stunt? I mean, last map on Lotus, it was 8-4, and it still wasn't a closeout for UNT. So the fact that UH Scarlet this time is taking our advice about an earlier timeout means they could put themselves in a better than contention spot on Lotus before the sides swap, nerdy.
Okay, but my caveat to that one is that Scarlet started on offense, and I think that their strong suit was kind of always the defensive play, and this time they're starting out on defense, where I think they are typically the stronger squad. So the fact that we are sitting at a 4-6, looking, staring down the barrel again of an 8-4 is a little concerning for me. Yes, we still theoretically can end at a 6-6, but that means this timeout needs to flip things a lot. We've vibed out on a lot of these ults for a while, and they're not being committed. We finally have the KJ ult online, and I'm looking at Sage, who is 3 off. Oh, I'm talking about the player, not the agent, by the way, right now. 3 off from the Hunter's Fury. So theoretically, yes, we can use that to re-engage onto site. I just think, unfortunately, what's going wrong is that Scarlet UNT has these set plays, and when they do them, the way that they operate with the abilities on the engage does not change, but their pathing does. And I think that's what's tripping Houston up, so they think they're safe in one spot, then oh my goodness, they're not. So they either need to disengage further or start taking 2v1s or swinging together as opposed to a lot of these 1v1s. And I'm scared for this early peek through mid once again. Please don't pass away early.
I know, I've been wanting to see this Annihilation, and you just been, I feel like your anxiety just has to have been rising with your little arachnophobia, because they haven't been using it with each passing round. But look at this again, Reservation. It feels like UH Scarlet adapting the Lotus defensive strategy from UNT, going for those retakes, and this round, Jelly gonna be able to find a frag, get out safely, but unfortunately it looks like they'll be taken out of the battle for the foreseeable future with only 11 HP. They'd have to put their life on the line, and that's why, who's there to replace them? Lilac, Sage, next to each other here, fighting the same position we've seen Jelly fight in previously. Oh, flank. Double watch, though?
I'm scared. I'm scared. Bab, I'm scared. Please, Bab, please just get it over with. And yes, we're posted up. Akio and Jet together.
Ow.
They find one. That's Periwinkle gone. That's Orchid gone. The duo flank does not work out.
And how they're rewrapping mid? Look at that.
They are... I love it. It's information gathering and information taking plus space taking. We do not have a touch on Spike just yet, but unfortunately someone isn't aware that they are exposing their entire backside to the enemy flankers. And with that, UNT takes another round victory.
I mean, I said, Jelly, you're out of the battle for the foreseeable future, but finding every which way possible to still find impact with your team. Setting up a high-low, being that potential trade for Akeo to shut down the flank intel, and then rewrapping mid, so there's nobody staring at you when you take a fight. You just find Altair and take them out of the battle before they can retake. And it all came out of that stalled utility. That's what this deadlock brings. That's what Bab brings with the barrier mesh, with the Gravinet. It's, yes, not a flank watch Sentinel, but it's a post-plant lockdown Sentinel. I mean, you don't even need to worry when you have a trademark, but you might have to worry when there's these Deagles here be main.
Yeah, Orchid and Periwinkle both picking up an elimination, and now UNT is not super comfortable. I mean, you can commit the Deadlock Annihilation if you get your line of sight on somebody and pull them to try and put yourself a little bit closer to equalizing things out, but then in theory... if you have to then disengage from that zone, Sage could res it. I highly doubt Sage would, considering they'll still have an agent advantage, but theoretically it could end up happening depending on who falls. But right now, if you're UNT, you technically don't need to win this round, and if you just want to hang on to your weaponry and save it, you could, because...
They want it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I respect the greediness and having to make sure that you go as hard as you possibly can, but if they lose this round, they're going to be going into a save.
I love them hitting the B site though, right? They understand weapons are down. They don't want to risk the collection of them. Fortunately, the initial shots missed, but Altair, they're good for the trade. And look at that, Akeo, your detention's divided, but you're still hitting these insane shots now. I mean, Bab, you gamble again here with the round for your team. Raven, so thorough, recognizing it's a possibility here. I don't know if they saw the elbow, the timing from the snow pile. There it is.
And with Bab finding that elimination, we're equalized.
Oh, Orchid.
The Cove is out?
It's just going to save the round, potentially, yeah. Suddenly a 1v2. And only a Bucky. All right, Kevin Mateo, what can you do with this?
Well, we have the Sheriff.
Okay.
I don't think that scan's going to pick anything up, and yeah, the barrier mesh is there anyway, so it wasn't as though No Tail would be able to do anything.
All right. 4 ults for UNT, 5 for UH Scarlet. I praise these teams for cycling ultimates beautifully in the first map, and even UNT early on in this map. But now they just feel like they're hoarding them, collecting them to end this half out in the strongest fashion possible. I mean, it's the last round. You use them now or they don't mean anything in the long, grand scheme of Icebox in this series. So here it comes. Blades, Tour de Force, already popped for UNT. A nice stack here on the A side to try and deny early space, but look at that, Jelly.
Okay, I see that, and Raven raises you 3 eliminations, and theoretically we could just see a resurrection online anyway. We're gonna use the Cloud Smoke.
Why not?
Raven's fine, and fine.
Ace?
Don't ace steal. Don't ace steal. Let Raven find Lilac. Okay, Lilac knows that Raven's back here, but I don't. And plus, I mean, if you're Raven, you have Spike. You really don't need to swing it. And there's the res.
No.
Oh no!
I understand they need this round, all right, but I really wanted to see them play like run it back with the resurrection alongside Raven, so they could get this ace if they did fall. But it's smart. Get numbers advantage up deeper, especially when you're up against a tour de force that could quickly change the pace of this round. Yeah, like we said, all these ultimates might as well use them. Barrier wall in succession with a poison cloud and a viper's pit. Lilac, how are you gonna get through this?
Oh, Lilac's gonna brave the storms. Actually gonna jump on top of boxes, see if anyone pokes their head out. Lilac, I don't think you're gonna. Wait, are you gonna drop down?
They knew it.
Lilac! Yeah. I mean, it ain't gonna work out 99.9% of the time, but I respect the attempt.
Hey, there was that 0.1 possibility, but regardless, another 8-4 here. And if history repeats itself, we might see a 9th out of UNT if they lock up their 4th pistol of the series, but that would be a great opportunity again for UH to get themselves back into things. I am not counting UH out remotely yet, because they are a second half team. We saw it. Same scoreline on Lotus, and it was Scarlet that walked away with the dub, so we'll have to see. I mean, this is where the ultimate use or the utility usage and it being that deadlock and that chamber could come into question, especially Akeo with that harbor kit not having that consistency of a viper wall. But my concern, Nerdy, is that for UH Scarlet, Ultier was getting first blooded so consistently anyways that they didn't have the impact of that toxic screen as much as you would have hoped.
You're right, but I'm hoping perhaps Viper's a little more hesitant to take those duels long range and just start swinging as a duo with someone else as we have Akeo get the trade. And Raven follows up with another. Lilac will take out Ultier, and I mean, Ultier wasn't the first to fall this time, so theoretically they've already changed some things up.
We talked about hesitation, but there was 0 out of UNC on that aggressive push down mid. They do technically come away with the advantage, right? Yes, it's 3-on-3, but with Raven so low in this situation and early confirmation of an A pressure thanks to that sonic sensor, we'll see how they recontest into this site, especially with one of those avenues, that barrier wall blocking off screens.
It blocked off screens, yes, but it does not block off the high ground. And even though they're only with sidearms, they're going to break down the wall anyway, commit the cascade. I think they use GravNet over in the back left, doesn't pick anybody up, but it confirms no one's there. And Bab swings confidently, but Cal with no tail has more confidence. She takes down 2, Periwinkle takes down another, and that is UH getting their score up to 5.
And their first pistol of this series. I think UNT got a little bit too eager there, is my takeaway. I do agree your composition is a little bit more aggressive, but I at least wanted to see, you know, the chance for the sonic sensors for players to swing off of them to shine. To see how you navigate a retake in particular, because I think that's where your harbor is going to be the most beneficial. But regardless, now it's reset into a save. The buy-up coming through fruitfully for UA Scarlet. I mean, 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal. Fortunately, no frags going to be exchanged here. B main means it's still a green light go towards this B site, but look at the reposition. Another headhunter shot, just dinking damage where they can take it.
Lilac took so much early damage before they rendezvoused, though, so Orchid blind firing through the toxic screen does find that final elimination. The alarm bot's triggered, but it didn't fully go off, so we're able to round this corner if you're Jelly safely and get the tailwind to disengage, but took some chip damage, about 2/3 health remaining, and there's also the turrets back there too. But this high tide right now is blocking off so much visibility, and then the opposite side, there's the toxic screen, again blocking off visibility, so we have Bab fall. UH, though, still leading, and we have the heal come out. Unfortunately, it's not enough to keep our Jet alive. Jelly goes down. You know, it's resource if you're Sage. And you've got 1 left of it. You're good. That's a 1-on-1. But if we take these solo swings, Periwinkle's more confident in their shots, manages to find what they need. And that is another round victory for UH.
I don't want to say I was correct earlier, but Ultier, they were alive a lot later in that round, and we saw them reap the rewards of it. Consistent vulnerability that the players were able to contest awful lot to ensure that not too many of those eco frags went in the favor of UNT. So they keep the Spectres, a Bulldog, and a Vandal to make this a pretty close in contention bonus round. And if UH Scarlet wins this round, that would be huge. I would say we're looking at an 8-8 right out the gate if possible. But they got to get that far here already. We'll see if they're able to.
No, barrier mesh early this time from Bab, which is not what we've seen. I like it. It's going to force Orchid to use everything that she has in her clip, I think. Oh no, it does go down eventually, but we only have 16 bullets left, so you need to bonus a weapon, which is a scary situation to be in. You need to pick up some on the flank. No way. No way. Are we going to get... Jelly with the 2!
And they get out. Unfortunately, though, a lot of HP lost. No heals on the UNT composition. And you can see Ultier trying to punish it as a result.
Look, Jelly got 2. If Jelly falls at this point, Jelly can be like, I got my 1 and +1, so I leave the rest up to y'all. And Ultier's going to walk forward. And, you know, earlier you mentioned, and I have to just call it out, you said, I don't want to say I'm right. I appreciate the humbleness, but you were right. Having Ultier live longer, allow for the ability to take away visibility, because information is key in this game, was huge. It's just now you're down 2, trying to commit to an A-site push, and there's already 2 here. It is going to take a while for Bab and Soj to, I think, rotate, but they should get there in time considering how long it's taking UH to confirm on this point. They late Toxic Screen. Unfortunately, Ultier will fall, so that means Toxic Screen's going to go down. Cow with no tail confirms the plant, but we have Raven take down Jelly. Raven goes down to Lilac. Cow with no tail finds Sage, and now it's a 1v3, very similar to what we saw earlier. This is always scary, trying to use the recon bolt to get some information, but they won't find any. Cow with no tail, she also gets grab nest, and Bab confirms the final elimination.
I praise UNT for their thoroughness there. Those are the kind of mistakes that can add up if you solo swing even Lilac there, recognizing it, playing their life when they're a lower HP until the cavalry arrives, until they can dump a little bit more utility in to ensure that frag goes in their favor. Because like I said, that round could have determined if UH Scarlet tied things up. He would have been reset to a bye and then suddenly staring down an 8-8 barrel. But for now, buys for both squads. Sage a little low, a little worse for wear. Jelly as well. Gonna hope they can find an initial frag with that deagle, maybe the ult orb as well around A for an early blade storm. But looks like thus far Spike leaning towards the B site, so we might get to see Bab in this deadlock setup hit. Out of the mid exploration squad will find some benefits as well.
Instead of just having our Jet try to take down the barrier mesh, we have a full squad come forward, but I think it was Orchid who took it out anyway. Not sure if they know that Bab is here, but taking out the recon bolt does guarantee that Bab is here. High Tide goes up. High Tide is a little late, so Bab unfortunately falls to Periwinkle. Periwinkle can't get the information, though, to know where she needs to put this wall up for the initial engage, and finally High Tide is going to last a little bit longer than the Toxic Screen, so this is a rough situation if you're Periwinkle, who's already at half health, taking a lot of chip fire.
They want to cut all noise. They want to hope they can relinquish some of the pressure from UNT via rotations to the A site. Fortunately, though, looks like there's not much movement other than Jelly here. Going to try and reinforce A while Lilac holds down this mid fort against Raven and their lurk.
We're in a stalemate.
Yeah, just silence. And here's the rehit.
The scary thing, though, is that in that silence, everybody's utility went back online. This is the importance of playing that sine wave, and we do have finally the Sage Wall able to go up, but I'm not sure if it's perfect. We will have Sova manage to confirm the plant, thankfully, and now we've got more time on that clock, but we only committed the High Tide, meaning that everyone else still has utility online. Lilac will find Ultier. Ultier did take out Akeo.
Raven.
What you cooking? We're by kitchen. What you cooking?
I mean, but the wall, though, is going to prevent them really from sticking, but it does have a little opening for them to deposit their swarm grenades safely here. So yeah, 2v3 favoring UH Scarlet, and at this point they're just playing down time. They know all the pieces are in place. I mean, Hunter's Fury, Jelly hunting it down, and at this point I don't even think they need to use it. Swarm grenades getting the job done. I think Raven's on the gun barrel as well. Beautiful leverage of map control there, and timing purely from Raven. And that puts UH Scarlet right back on the map within 2 rounds of striking distance of the UNT lead.
Okay, UNT is going to be going up against Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. Looking over at Sage, we are one elimination or ult orb off of the Hunter's Fury, so theoretically speaking, we could still have the counter ult to that Lockdown, but that's heavily reliant on finding either the orb, which could be a little risky if someone engages quickly in your zone if you're the Sova, or finding that early elimination pick, which I'm not saying Sage can't do, but perhaps this is really try to make this as expensive as possible. We're going to start with the Blade Storm, and that's Jelly and company. They're Harbor disengaging as well after engaging the Blade Storm. Oh, they did it to get the orb.
All right.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury trading with the Lockdown here. Take space on site. You saw it trying to show the Lockdown while also zoning, denying the spike plan, which Jelly also tries their hand at doing. Orchid punishes, and Scarlet looking like they're in their element here in this post-plant setup.
I was so excited to see the Bladestorm commitment to make sure that you could gain space for Sova to go in and grab that orb to have Hunter's Fury, anticipating the lockdown, but for both of them to end up falling is just tragic, and this Cove right at the one barrier breakpoint, the ice wall, I don't think it's going to provide as much cover as UNT really is hoping to have currently as they hear the wall getting knifed down. Someone's rotating onto the back high ground as well. Periwinkle's going to back off. They have the Hunter's Fury for post plant if they need it at this point because they don't have to worry about it too much. Periwinkle finds Bab. That spike is ticking up, and if you're Harbor, it's get out of dodge because you want to save the weapon you have. Akio will manage to make it out alive, but we're 8-9.
UNT, please don't fall victim to the curse. I mean, you've been leading both maps, and UA Scarlet has crept up on you before you've even realized it. Finally, change here. Lilac sporting the operator could be used to add some stability or even just be that surprise element to stop UA Scarlet from as seamless of a site take and post-plant setup as that we've seen the last few rounds. I mean, I know UNT, they're going to take a timeout as soon as that 9-9 kind of is breached, or maybe a round later. I'm hoping, since they didn't really have one in the first half, but regardless, we'll have to see if they can hold on to the A side again.
There's the high tide to push through, try to lock down the angle, but Lilac, the op shot went off. They know there's an op now, and they baited 2 shots. The rendezvous is used. Ice wall goes up. Periwinkle is confirming the plant. That was an A site. Rush in and flood. It worked out swimmingly considering 3 members of UNT were over near B site, which is where we've seen UH hit multiple times, but not this time. There's the annihilation. I don't think it grabbed anybody.
Didn't. Yeah, all the players already off site for UH Scarlet pretty much, other than Orchid tucked away safely below rafters. When you, annihilate default, nobody is home. But you know who is home? Jelly on the flank, but unfortunately they have been kicked out of the house. They've been kicked out of the game that round, so 2v4 again. The retake crumbling, and Bab left in the 1v4, and with time not in their favor, they also might have to opt for the save here. Is the operator anywhere? Is the operator anywhere? They're finding the op. They found the op. Op secured.
Bab, you must survive with the most expensive gun in the game. Oh, that's cute. Okay, we're 9-9. UNT, time to call a timeout. It's time to call a timeout. That round was so expensive.
I think they're gonna do it next round.
I'm crying.
This is a save minus the operator. It's interesting they passed it off from Lilac to Jelly, though. We'll see how that. Oh, it's because they have Tour de Force.
Ooh, double op, gang.
Oh, double op. Akeo as well. I kind of want to see Akeo buy here. The only reason is they have the Reckoning, so I could see a double op buy up from Akeo, flip this round on its head, and that's exactly what the advice they're gonna take here. Let's see if it can get its time to shine.
Tour de Force on one side, operator on the other. We whiff the first shot. High tide comes through. Slow orb. We saw the peak from one, but Jet is about to duel you. We're trying to force an op shot and engage, and we did it, but unfortunately we're gonna back off. Orchid only has a Phantom. There's the Reckoning you spoke of earlier as well being committed, so everyone's gonna get stunned.
And they're doing a nice job complementing with the Sova utility, but I wish they had waited until they had a frag or 2 before investing it, because now you're back to basically the round start. 5-on-5. No information. I mean, even the Owl Drone, only really going to spot out 1, maybe the toes of Periwinkle as well. So now without a Reckoning, let's see how you hold on and retake this A site for the 2nd time this round.
Little overzealous can be the undoing here for UNT and sets Scarlet up for victory. But Periwinkle falls. Ake will find Orchid. And the wordplay from Sage works out. They pick up 2! They have 5 health and a Deagle, and they find 2 eliminations. Now it's just Raven over here left standing. And I think if you're Raven, you're probably just looking to save.
Like I said, UNT, that off-the-wall buy, that strategy couples together here into a round win, into the first to reach double digits. I'm hoping they collected some weapons instead of just sitting where they are, because that was the main takeaway from winning that round. But with some bodies scattered and the search party out, that should be the case. Unfortunately, though, Raven, you have to know they're near the turret, right?
Yeah. But I mean, Jelly had the op, so we didn't lose the op, and we're having actually Scarlet go for the timeout, so I'm a little surprised. I mean, yes, they did lose that round, but they've been doing so well. Perhaps this time they're just trying to make sure that they have a full plan ready to go, and using this extra 1 minute to do that. You've got a lot of ultimates online, and you don't have to worry about a lockdown from the enemy team. It's not something that's going to happen. You can use Hunter's Fury for post-plant. You have Blade Storm. I don't think anyone's really broke, but we have full buys, likely not to use that. My question is then, what do you think they're planning here? They've done like full B site hits, full A site hits. They don't really have a lurker, and do you think that perhaps having someone stay back a little bit more would be advantageous if you're currently Scarlet?
I think they do need to bring back the Raven Lurk. They are 24-13. They have been that player that when the post plant falls apart, they are the last line of defense there on that mid positioning. I don't even think UNT has really made a change per se in how they are holding mid either. It's just they haven't been going for it as often, or by the time they're in place, the rest of the squad for UA Scarlet is already out to pasture. So I think I want to see them go B, maybe like a B mid split, just because that'll let more players take advantage of that mid avenue. I mean, that's when you don't have a Killjoy, there's no alarm bot there, there's no turret and kitchen, so under 2 is basically free reign. Only concern now is, yeah, that.
The barrier mesh coming out from Bab at mid, yeah, that's gonna slow you down a little bit, but you break it down quickly. Cat with no tail goes down to Lilac. Trying to make sure we
yellow.
I don't know if they're gonna clear yellow, that's the scary part.
I mean, with this toxic screen, they might not have to. I've never seen one at that angle, but it makes sense for the strategy they were going for, and there it is. They finally clear out yellow. Lilac will fall. Fortunately, Jelly's still in the mix, and the distraction from Snowman, it should have been the opportunity to find Orchid, but they're still alive in the 1v2, and perfect bait off the recon bolt lets Akeo swing from kitchen, and UNT continues chugging on forward onto 11.
Pit. Okay. She grabbed it and then sold it. I got a little concerned, but got a lot of ults online if you're Scarlet. Borderline full by Periwinkle, the only one unfortunately who can't afford to get full shields. And it looks like we're planning for a B site hit, and for once there's only going to be Bab there. Actually, no, it's just Jelly on the Jet. Over here, I think Jet heard the utility and said, no, I'm disengaging, and they disengaged far enough that they should be able to buy time for their squad. But there's that toxic screen going up the ice. The barrier orb is used as well. Viper's Pit committed. I don't think Recon Bolt picked anything up, but regardless, Ultier's going to find Bab inside the smoke.
This is where nerves are at a high. I mean, this is where UA Scarlet's in their element in the post plant. With Orchid on the forefront, the Viper's Pit up as an anchor point, and finally Lilac will be able to pull some semblance of hope out. Orb's online for Akea, but they don't invest here. They know the snake bites are still in play, and now Cove no longer an option. I mean, Lilac has to pull the hero play out. Pit will fall, but again, what did I say earlier? Raven, that backdoor option, usually the last line of defense, and with it falling suit, Periwinkle will as well.
Oh, we got time. Lilac's got it.
It's close, but yeah. Look at that. It required a hero play, and Lilac delivers while getting the operator back on their exits. Oh.
This operator's been saved so many times, I'm honestly shocked. hats off to the team for managing to pick it up so many times. This is, once again, getting very close for comfort for both of these teams. UNT, though, they're close to closing out this map. They just need to be successful. I'm shocked we're not handing off the operator with the tour de force in hand, and knowing that Bab is very close to being broke. You could have given this to Jet, pulled tour de force. Jet could have bought for Bab, and you could have guaranteed next round that you have a full buy, because if they don't win this round, they're going into a save, and we have a 1-for-1 trade already.
You will not kill my ally.
And that is going to be equated, though. And, I mean, Periwinkle, nice resurrection to get Raven. Like we said, that clutch player back into play. So look at this. Sage has not played from this position the entire game, so we have to test the thoroughness. And, oh, a missed jump might have just saved Orchid's life here. And now, Snakebite missing means they can continue to fight here, continue to frag. No ult here finally shuts them down. And it's going to be business as usual. The A-site take resumes, but Bab here to challenge means one more frag. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be Lilac again in the hot seat in the 1v3 clutch position with only an operator. Not sure to force if they need the higher firing rate, but I think they have to get one more before they pull that bad boy out.
If you're Lilac, I think maybe get one and get out. There's so much post-plant utility. I mean, we've got the KJ ability on util on the ground, ult here, Hunter's Fury. It just wasn't worth it.
Bro, this means that both games thus far, Lotus and now Icebox, are going to come down to double-digit games. I don't think I'm cursing us into, like, you know, breaking the server and getting triple digits by saying that in any way, shape, or form. Imagine. But 12-10, last map 13-11, where it was UNT that just barely missed the mark on overtime. So UH Scarlet in a similar position here now, fighting. Has to win 2 more in a row and have a bye now out of that last round win. UNT as well, though, not too worse for wear. Nice tour de force as well to reinforce, because that's probably why they gambled the operator. They knew that they had that replacement option available, Nerdy.
I understand the gamble, but as I mentioned, some of your teammates are a little more broke than they'd like to be. And specifically, I'm looking at Bab, unfortunately, so they have to play for the pickup game, which is never fun, but we've got some lurking commit near B site, and that's where the tour de force is at. I'm not sure if they know that.
There's no way
they saw
they
your
know.
elbow.
This time, though, Rendezvous on time and in a reposition point so that Orchid cannot be that forward tip of the spear, and they get on top of the wall, but unfortunately not able to deny the plant. I thought there was a gap too for a second, Lilac, but no. You don't get to deny that plant. So again, a post plant for UH Scarlet. Going to do the full-on 5% retake here for UNT, and that's what we want to see, that forward pressure building for UNT. Then again, they have Hunter's Fury online, so they needed something to disrupt that. It hasn't come out yet.
My goodness, Lilac with an Elim, Sage with an Elim. There's the Hunter's Fury
no
for
way.
post plant. And Babbleball and Jelly knew where you were at, Cat with no tail, and that's going to be a defuse. UNT managing to pull out the victory despite it getting so close, and we're forcing us onto Breeze.
And I mean, this was now each team winning their map pick, winning their strong suit. And as we go into Breeze, I feel like my mind is telling me that UH Scarlet is going to have a rough time and that North Texas will have the upper hand. I mean, the choice was between Ascent and Breeze, right? Ascent, the staple for Collegiate. And I can see why it wasn't chosen by North Texas, because that was the 8-13 loss they did have in the previous time these two teams met in Aurora Series Emergence. So Breeze, they played it, they won it to punch their ticket this far in the UNI qualifier. And I'm excited to see that what they pull out, because we're going to see Lilac probably back on the chamber. And we have really no intuition as to what we'll see from the UH Scarlet squad.
I do think we're going to see the Viper again, possibly the Sova,
definitely.
the KJ, but beyond that, maybe we have a resurgence of the Sky. But I can't speculate too much because I don't have enough information regarding their squad with respect to the map of Breeze, but we'll give them some time to convene and figure out if they want to shake things up a little bit, or if we're going to see a very similar to comp to what we just saw on Icebox when we move into Breeze. But for now, we'll take a quick break, grab some snacks, grab some water. I'll be back here in just a little bit with our last map here for our semifinals before we go into Grands.
Welcome back to the Esports UNI Valorant CECC Qualifier semifinals coverage. North Texas versus UH Scarlet. We're getting ready to head into map 3 over on Breeze to see who will join Carleton FE in the grand finals, because they, on their half of the bracket, beat out ASU in 2-0 fashion. I mean, they were one of the teams last year, Nerdy, that went to Texas, and if UH Scarlet wins this, then we might see a rematch sooner rather than later.
Well, I mean, Carleton's hungry for that opportunity for the rematch, and UH is trying to make sure that they make it there themselves. But our newcomer of North Texas, who's seen success in First Light and the Aurora series as a whole, has been, posting up and being very successful. However, I think the one caveat of being more of a novice squad, they are newer to the scene, yes, but also their newer team as a whole does bring in the difficulty of adaptation. You have had less time with your teammates to learn your strengths and weaknesses, and so while you're learning things as you go, every squad is, the back half of the experience that these other two squads have does allow them to be a little bit more flexible, I think, and that might be why North Texas is struggling as much as they are currently. But they are forcing us to Breeze, which is the map 3, and now we can see what the compositions are going to be for these two teams and what they're planning on bringing out for our decider map here.
So far, North Texas going with what they did previously in the Esports UNI Qualifier versus, I'm going to say it, the tried and true meta composition here for UH Scarlet. I think, again, them having that substitute player is why they're falling back to these compositions that everybody knows. You can say a call of a play that you want to see happen, and Periwinkle should understand fairly easily how to will that into existence. My eyes are going to be on Lilac again with that chamber. Such a clutch player for North Texas when they needed it most to get them here to this map 3. Other than that, though, Periwinkle swapping over to the Viper. I mean, they went from, an Omen to a Sage, so it makes sense here that they are on that solo smokes roll. I am curious to see how the Raven on the Cypher versus a Chamber is going to affect the defensive half specifically, but what are your thoughts?
I think that for Houston Scarlet currently, they have the opportunity to play for a lot of retake, and they have the lurk ability from Raven on the Cypher. And so I think what we're going to be seeing is, at least on the defensive front here, they're going to be playing for, they don't have the opportunity to push forward too much. Orchid does, but they're going to be using Orchid kind of as bait to get some early information, disengage, get some util forced out, and make sure they give Orchid cover to get the disengage safely, and then play for the retake pick, honestly. I mean, then if you're looking for North Texas on the attack here, they have the opportunity to get some flashes because they have that sky guiding light, but they really have to swing together and play off these flashes well, and make sure they don't flash their own teammates, because we saw that happening over on Lotus earlier, and it stalled out some of the engages when we unfortunately flashed our own teammates. So they're like, okay, I'm flashing, and then our teammate either stuffs in front or didn't get the call and ends up not being able to swing when our utility is being used.
I am excited to finally see the Sky on the side of UNT, right? We had the Sky for UA Scarlet on Lotus. That means they had heals. They had the Sage over on Icebox, so they had heals. Now the ball is in their court. But I'm also interested in, how it's going to change the initiation utility, especially in the form of that Null Command versus the Seekers. Null Command is going to be a great counter, I feel like, for a lot of the setups you're going to bring out, from the chamber. They aren't going to be able to rendezvous out. They aren't going to have that safe recovery. You also aren't going to have those flashes from the sky. And I mean, it already disrupts the cycling of Viper utility. Everybody would know with that. So that means B could be a sweet spot for them to kind of hit into. Regardless, though, as we get ready to jump into Breeze, it's going to be North Texas starting out on the attack, UH Scarlet on the defense. So a mirror there from Icebox. And how do you think that's going to affect momentum going into this first half?
Honestly, I think if you're North Texas, because you pointed it out earlier, and I'm going to lay into it more here, Houston has shown us that they, regardless of which side they're on, will play predominantly for that second half of the game. And so if you're North Texas, you need to take away as many rounds here as possible during the first half of the round. You can't be satisfied.
More than 8-4?
Yeah, you can't be satisfied with 8-4. And you have to go, you really need to be pushing for that 10-2. You need to bring down the wire and the safety net of Scarlet to threads.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do that, especially with, as I mentioned, this Cypher being a huge defensive force here for the Cougars. But get ready to go to the pistol. We're going to see UNT keep things basic here, potentially with just a normal A. Egazek, unfortunately, though, Orchid, Ultier have another plans, pressuring towards Cave.
There's the pop flash being used. Lilac will fall. Orchid ended up finding the connection there. And we have a rush down halls. And they're making a lot of noise as they're doing it. Sage will find Cat with no tail. I think they're waiting, debating if they want to open this doorway or not. And Orchid's going to clear double doors. I'm not sure if Orchid's going to find anybody. We see the molly used by Ultier inside main goes through. And yeah. Did not. We used the door and Ultier picks up 2 thereafter.
That's why you gotta fight for the forward, but unfortunately, places Bab in the 1v3 and Ultier good for the trade. I was curious to see what would happen because we've seen them on every initiator in the book, and KO seems to be no exception here. This time, instead of being a clutch player, they're the forward force here, getting the 3-0 on the board for their squad, getting that first pistol for the first time in the series. Like, yes, they got a pistol, but this is the first pistol. So they're going to be able to establish that momentum early, and when you're saying you want more than an 8-4, they're already 25% of the way there.
They're so... yeah. So I'm a little concerned if I'm UNT right now, especially because Houston, that's the second pistol round thus far that they've gotten. So they're adapting quick. I love seeing it, but if you're on the receiving end of it, you're starting to get a little concerned. So we hear Guiding Light go out, doesn't give us any information, but it might have actually been spotted by Ultier. We see Ultier disengaging as there's 2 lurking near double doors and walking their way up towards Nest. It's Sage. Sage, Sage shouldn't be able to see anybody, but Orchid is still looking down double, possibly having seen the top of someone's head earlier.
So again, a slower start here. Again, kind of a goal to creep through mid doors, maybe make an opening here for Jelly. But this is an issue I've seen before. You have a really strong mid default, but then you don't know where to take it. This round, again, I mean, they find an opening frag there onto Raven, which should be the go button towards B, but Periwinkle is there ready to challenge, and unfortunately, Spike is now down safely in the Nest's hold there in mid. So yes, Lilac, you might have been on a hero's play with that headhunter. The rest of your team didn't have similar safe passage, so again, you're going to be in the hot seat, asked to be that hero. We'll see what she can do here with this collected Bulldog.
Oh, gonna swing towards Nest. We have Spike, but it's like the Viper Wall distraction came through, but it wasn't enough. Lilac can't make it out alive. Cat with no tail finds the elimination, locks back down Spike. UNT, that is 2 rounds to Scarlet. That's 50% there, and UNT is starting to get a little bit worried.
I feel like there's such a cynical view of this. We're getting used to the dominance UNT has in the first half, and we're like, oh, there's no way they come back from that if they don't have it again. But maybe they're going to become a second half team here on Breeze. I might go and try to dig into the archives to see how their last Breeze game went earlier in the Esports U and I qualifier, just to prove us wrong here. So, Nerdy, all right, they've gone for the A site, they've gone for the default, and now they're going more directly towards the B site with the mid lurk. Let's see if that can provide a different outcome.
Well, so far they've managed to force out Tailwind, Pop Flash, they use Guiding Light, they do get Cat with no tail and Orchid. This Blitz playstyle working in their favor. I think facilitating Jelly as much as humanly possible and then having Sage come through playing like the anchor for the squad works better and playing for that faster pace because you know that defense is going to be split. The odds of them being committed to one site, very rare, unless they've struggled consistently, which obviously UH hasn't. So I think if we continue to see this blitz playstyle from UNT, the full commitment, full swings, it'll go much better because finally they have a round in their pocket.
So flawless fashion as well will keep the weapons in their favor as UH Scarlet similarly going to be entering their first buy up round after that success, and this is one of the more standard flows we've seen in terms of the round structure out of these two squads. So this will be a good indicator to set the pace of if UNT is right back into things, just needed those rifles, or if we are in fact going to see UH Scarlet become a first half team here, Nerdy on Breeze.
That concerns me for the fact that I think holding your ground first half is important, but really it's the second half where the rubber meets the road. I could be wrong, but getting victorious in the first half is so hard, and at this point, obviously, you'd have to play a borderline perfect in order to win off of the pistols. So I think second half is much more important, UNT. And UH, if you flopped it, I'm a little concerned, because Jelly doing the lurk and then just insta-engage. We have 2 down already. Scarlet, I said it earlier, you have to split your manpower on defense. Like, the one time you don't is going to be the time that everyone's on the opposite site. You can play for retake, or you actually full counter the entire engage. It's just UNT with Jelly lurking through mid and engaging from the right side gets so much information to tell their squad. Yeah, she's like, there's no one here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the first few rounds were UNT finding the weak point to exploit in the defense for UH Scarlet, that being mid. I mean, they've been getting to mid door, Ness, uncontested, until the late round when there is enough information to inform the UH Scarlet rotation, and that's what's allowed them to get now 2 in quick succession, tie us up, reset UH Scarlet into an eco round, so that they do have the chance, the opportunity, and the cards in their favor to flip the script here early on. And that's when we now look to the Cougars, where we need to see a change out of them, and we might be seeing it here. A Trapwire in Tunnel, Sova directly here in Nest, and it looks like they even want to contest potentially into Elbow, knowing they're not risking weapons. It's a save.
Well, Jelly is lurking forward. They will come face to face with Cypher. The tailwind expires, which is not what you want. You saw the Cypher cage go out. This is a hard push, considering there's also the poison orb at Nest, which gave Cat with no tail the perfect angle on Jelly. Agio will get the trade thereafter, but that is not what you're wanting if you're UNT.
Yeah, no, just a small mishap with a poison orb, but Lilac's able to wrestle the frag back, so they're not too worse for wear, and they just need to leave somebody to try and kind of watch that weapon, which is exactly what Sage is doing here. They're using it as bait to grab additional frags, and now they're like, all right, we have a substantial numbers advantage. We can let that Vandal go if we need to, while we rebound onto A, where Sage is already being that force as well to clear out a lot of these common angles.
Akio has put up the toxic screen. Trailblazer goes through, swings wide right of the second pyramid, and they confirm the plant when no one's there. Now we have post-plant opportunity for UNT. I mean, you have Guiding Light if you need it. You should be able to have Snake Bites. You should know the locations. You'll have Shock Darts as well. This is going to be a rough retake if you're looking at Scarlet currently as they're walking down halls.
Ooh, yeah, and they don't even know about Akeo here, so flash in hand. Easy frag taken, placing Periwinkle in the 1v4, and they just look like they're trying to die to the spike at this point, not give any additional ult orbs over. And they're going to get their wish, it seems, for now.
I'm going to stay right here and die to the spike.
Creep up.
Goodbye, everybody!
And you could see you can see the rest of the squad for UNT, like hoping that they weren't trying to save that Vandal, that rifle that was down in an elbow, but don't find anything. They hang out, they chill, they reclaim their lead. And I mean, Nerdy, 9-3 still in contention, a 10-2 still in contention, but there would be a lot of work from the UNT squad to make it a reality.
I'm just... Again, I'm worried. I need to see a bit more balance here, considering it's our last map before we go into Grand Finals, and it's our decider for who makes it there. Because we have the Recon Bolt destroyed. We know you're there now, Sage, and you've been flashed, but you're undeterred. You find Orchid, the trade comes out, Altier finds one, but Akio finds the follow-up pick. So that favors UNT when all those bodies were hitting the ground, but our huge fragging player for UNT gets eliminated early. And we even have a corpse. The Neuro Theft is online for UH if they want to play for retake, but it's just a matter of being cautious enough to understand that you have that retake ability and there's a corpse in your line of sight. And there it is. We're going to actually use the Neuro Theft early. It tells UH where everyone's walking through, but I think it's a little too soon.
UH, they made adjustments, particularly fighting for mid control, and it still didn't end up in their favor. It ends in the 3-on-3. It ends with the Viper pit up in UNT's favor, so you really have the card stacked against you, but an overextension from Lilac and Bab suddenly turns this round on its head. Akio has to get creative, but Periwinkle is on top of it. Checks that box quickly, and a defuse will follow suit here. So, again, we've been all the way to map 3, and it looks like we're going to be going all the way in this map too. 3-3, back and forth, give and take, and this is finally where we get to see UH making those kind of adjustments, and so far they've worked.
Well, UNT, we already know they're pulling out the tour de force for this one. And we have Neuro Theft online, which, as I was talking about the, we have Null Command online. As I was talking about the Neuro Theft being used for re-engagement, I don't know if Ultier is going to use it for re-engage. I think Ultier is going to hear an ultimate, not so much the tour de force, but something like Blade Storm, and just use it.
Look at the pressure into elbow as well. Again, a challenge for mid. Again, it results in a trade 1-for-1. The Seeker is confirming pressure on B means a rotation call from North Texas here towards A. And I want to see the anchor here from the Cypher. I'm curious. Yeah, thank you for not swinging Nest just yet as well from the Sova on you guys Charlotte side, because you know there's a tour de force. Spycam confirms just how many are there. They're going to try and pick off the extremities. An insane off angle. Now they just need to play their life because they have the numbers advantage.
The issue is that Raven is getting slowly pinched. Her zone of safety is going away, but everyone's backed off from them. So Raven, they might actually be okay. And I cast her curse. I'm sorry, Raven.
It's okay. Orchid fighting for retaliation. Grabs a few, makes it a 2-on-2, and Spike's still not planted. A lot of eyes here now on Bab in an unknown position. Orchid aware, nonetheless, that it's a possibility. There it is! The push-up, the frags, both going in UNT's favor, and again, one after another, back and forth. UNT this time taking the lead back. No plant money, but he still got the round, and look at how much money this team still has from the 3 rounds they tied together.
I don't know, perhaps with this bonus cash in hand, they have the opportunity to actually start gaining a lead that's more than just 1 round, but Houston has been successful with just Thrifties in the past. They have the Command Null, they have that Hunter's Fury, they also have Blade Storm, so there's that Blade Storm already being engaged. We could use it as an opportunity to pick up a gun, but I think Sage fell way too far back, that corpse, to grab anything from it. And Guiding Light is also used trying to deter Orchid, but Orchid swings around middle anyway. Lilac finds Cat with no tail, and Houston is now equalized.
I don't know how that shot hit through the box, and doesn't matter. Orchid's still alive, fighting with the 77 HP. They're going in for Lilac here as well. They don't need blades, they have a shorty, but unfortunately, still the frag, still the numbers advantage eventually fall to North Texas, and they are going to clamp down on that Lilac tip of the spear this round since Jelly fell relatively early. They know Raven from that spy cam should be here onto A, so green light, safe rotation to B site. It's going to be a plant, and I hope we can see Raven collect a weapon here to hopefully get this clutch underway, but looks like they're just going to fall onto that deagle.
Look, Raven, there's a lot of corpses in mid. I'm sure you can find a gun. You just have to do it safely, but it might be a little risky walking directly in front of Archway. Clearing out those angles, going slowly. And yeah, you said if we've got the deagle in hand, so we're relying on the on the sheriff. Raven finds Bab, is going to be able to circumvent the snakebite by just walking over boxes. You also saw where that snakebite came from, so that gives you information. But unfortunately, the reload while standing out in the open is Raven's Achilles heel, and they go down to Viper.
If that was just a little bit closer, that would have been an easy weapon collected and a potential turnaround leveraged. But now that the curse has been kind of dispelled, now that that 2-round lead has been established once again for North Texas, that's when we're going to see Scarlet again, the early timeout like we saw on Icebox here. And we'll see if what the changes are, because they made a really good adjustment that got them these that one more round that we saw, which is that they were fighting for mid control consistently. And while they walked around with the first blood, they weren't fast enough on the disengagements. So I'm wondering if that's what they're talking about.
Perhaps you're correct in the essence that they are going to be going for this mid control. My only concern is losing someone too soon because of the util power that comes out from UNT. If you're Scarlet, possibly the person that's going to have to be the mid lurker, the playing for that mid zone. I mean, of course, yes, you have your controller agents, but it likely has to be Jet, because there isn't a lot of natural cover provided other than being directly dead center and hugging the walls, and the only person that can really take advantage of that the most is Jet. You just have to be able to provide the necessary utility to let Jet pop off, and I don't know if that's going to come in the form of KO lurking more towards double doors to allow for pop flashes when Jet starts to get pressured. And there's theoretically, it looks like, yeah, KO is actually going to lurk towards double doors to apply the opportunities to get Jet in and get Jet out. You can use pop flashes, help Jet get in, and then use you can use that 0 point early on to tell Jet, hey, there's this many people here. And if Jet is about to go face to face with 3 players, then perhaps our Jet backs off.
This is what UNT's though been able to handle to trade back, but I do like that they not only have Orchid pushing up, but they have Viper alongside them, so they should be good for the trade. But the flood in from window means it's a double front, and I mean, they're worse for wear than previous rounds where they were good for a 1-for-1 trade. Numbers advantage the B site, firmly in control of North Texas here. And I mean, look at the late lurk that Lilac's going to be going for, potentially through A as well.
Cat with no tail is running back towards McDonald's, looking to use that owl. Okay. All right, we're crouching on Spike and just buying our time.
Raven on the flank. Could hope to get somebody looking at the wrong angle off a trigger discipline, but at that point you miss your first shot. Yeah, somebody's good for the follow-up, and I'm glad Lilac on that really long lurk got something for their effort there, being able to find Cat with no tail before the round ends. But again, this is looking very similar to the scoreline developments we saw on Lotus, on Icebox, where UNT gets a forefront and UA Scarlet wrestles back a respectable scoreline. Question is, Nerdy, are we going to get a third 8-4?
Boy, don't do this to me.
You were psychic like the first time.
I know. You're putting a lot of pressure on me now. I said it. Do I think? Yes. Do I think it's in the cards? Yeah. Just because the trend continues, and it's really showing here. If you're Scarlet, you just need 1 round victory. You need to slow down the tempo control that's currently favoring UNT. The UNT comes in, clashes with 2 players, 3 players now falling. I don't know what Jelly is doing, but Jelly is all over the place. Cat with no tail did get 1 elimination, but we have 2 people left standing. It is our Sova and our Viper. Viper just has a Deagle is lurking through double doors, and also Cat with no tail only has the Deagle as well. The Snake Bites are going to come through at double, trying to prevent Periwinkle from engaging. Owl Drone immediately eliminated, and Cat with no tail is getting forced back from the util from Jet. Wow. Okay, Cat.
Nice initial frag. Should get them a Vandal to follow up this Recon Bolt's info. But double swing, I mean, they got low HP on to Sage, so Sage realizing, all right, let's not take this engagement, let's play for time, and the regrowth hitting from that far away might just have saved their life. 7-3 here for Texas, albeit it was a save for Scarlet. They saved the ultimates coming into this round now, and I saw promise out of that cohesion between both Tier and Orchid. It just ultimately was the pop flash a little bit late, and the Lilac lurk through halls that reinforced Jelly extending into backside to a T.
And already we see a change of pace. We've got 3 commitment near B site, and Jet going towards mid alone. And does manage to find Orchid before the toxic screen is fully engaged. Gets flash, uses Tailwind, and smokes to get out. It's a lot of utility dump. Periwinkle also has ultimate online. If she so chooses to just use it to prevent anyone from going towards A site, she does have Sova with her now at this point. Sova's going to get some information and basically probably tell her, hey, I don't see them, but that doesn't mean they're not here. And just barely doesn't get line of sight on the one person lurking at the bottom of halls.
So this round, UH Scarlet, they get their initial frag, they get out unscathed. The change we wanted to see from their defensive approach goes in their favor finally, and they'll still be in a position to punish this A execution or retake with the ultimates that they have. Recon Bolt hopefully doesn't see Periwinkle. Doesn't look like it has, because Sage will fall. The issue now is that they're on an island. Guiding Light means that they can separate these players alongside the Poison Cloud for recovery isn't enough. So here we are, 4v2, still in favor of the Scarlet. It was a sacrifice willingly made so that we could see the Sova get out and now play Crossfire and the swing through with Orchid, and it's a perfectly executed round, and we're now on the precipice of the 8-4 being refuted or accepted now, based on the outcome of this round. And with ultimates and guns the way they are, it's just gonna be chaos, and I have no prediction. These teams love to save all these ults to the last second.
They thrive off of it. They enjoy the chaos, and I'm here for it. Granted, I might get a little garbled when I'm trying to tell everyone what ults have been dumped thus far, because sometimes everyone hits them at once, and I can't even tell you what's happening because I myself, as a caster, am being overstimulated. But there we go. Tour de Force. We have the 0-point knife whiff on the contact for Jelly with the Bladestorm, so Bladestorm's still online. We don't have anyone lurking near Nest, and so we have Lilac lurking down Cave, and I think everyone's just a little scared to swing Nest, just considering there is a Tour de Force, and the fact that there also is Jelly with Bladestorms. We've confirmed Bladestorms is there. Orchid took the sacrifice. A Poison Orb to try and distract Jelly. Works for a little bit.
This round, no team finding that edge, that advantage just yet. The Blade's obviously getting worn down as a plus. This exchange is information, I guess, which, you know, Lilac likes to lurk, which can give indications this is going to be a B exec, perhaps. No command expended, maybe too early. But look at this. I was about to say Jelly could have cracked that round wide open, but rotation fully now over towards the A site. Remembers for UH have been anchoring. I'm going to call it now, Nerdy. My psychic sense is tingling. I think this is going to be a Scarlet round, a 7-5.
I'm trying to find a means to refute, but we just had another elimination on UNT, and Periwinkle just got flashed. So we have Viper's Pit. You can't deny the site.
Look, they're already challenging. And hitting shots, and there's a Hunter Fury in no time. No.
No way. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the flash? Okay, thank you, Ultier, for remedying your mistake, for ensuring you at least get the trade for your teammate, and there's the 7-5 half. No 8-4.
All right, with that in mind, I know UNT is currently leading and that UH is notorious for not doing the best on pistol rounds. However, they definitely have proved me wrong with those first 2 pistol rounds here on Breeze. I think we're going to be tied, and from there on out, once we hit that 7-7, we're probably going to have our first timeout. I know it's the first buy phase for either squad at that point because you bonus, but I think we're going to see a timeout at 7-7, and it's going to be UH to get to 7-7 before UNT gets to 9.
I don't know. They didn't take the timeout like back on Icebox when I thought they would, so I'm going to say even if it's 7-7, we won't see a timeout, but I mean, that's because I think UNT is going to win this pistol. I mean, they have not lost both pistols on a map thus yet. We've been dwindling towards that because it went from 2 to 1. But with Jelly here, alongside the Sky and the Toxic Screen in play, they can go around the outskirts of it. Ouch.
Oh my goodness, Sky with the util Bab finds Raven. Did end up flashing too, but I don't think Raven's gonna go for the challenge against the second person. Ultier will find Akio, and Scarlet is managing to get 2 more kills on top of it. Make that 3. That's a team ace.
Oh, you proved me wrong, Nerdy. All right, we're 1 for 1. I got the 7-5 right. You got the pistol right. We'll see if you get the timeout right. That's, I guess, the tiebreaker. But
all right.
That'll be next round. This round, full Bulldog. Hey, for all we know, UNT wins the Thrifty here. I'm not saying that's going to happen or there's any indicators towards it, but these teams have done more with less.
Zobi, I know it's a completely different avenue of games, but sometimes you just gotta believe in the heart of the cards. If you think that UNT is gonna get this Thrifty, you gotta full commit to that. You gotta give them the good energy.
I will. I'm getting some, like, spidey sense tingling. I mean, they're hitting the site where Lilac is with Headhunters at the ready, with the Viper utilities in play. And even the early rotation. Oh, come on, Lilac. You needed that frag for me. Oh, and look how deep Orchid's pushing. This is what they did on the Icebox, those B-site executions, and I had faith in UNT, but that faith might not soar how I would have hoped. The Cougars latching down, but Sage. Alright, that's a Bulldog that can get recovered. They have to breach the threshold that is old tier, and they might not be able to get that far. Sage with a second, but that is all she will write. Alright, here it comes. Drum roll, please. Do we get the UNT timeout? Nope. They're going into a rifle round. It doesn't make sense for them to take a timeout. I mean, look at the scoreboard first half, right? They tied 3 together as soon as they got rifles.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I should have remembered that portion of it.
I only see so far ahead sometimes, but if they lose this round, yes, there's going to be a timeout. But that's a big conditional requirement of them losing it. And yes, there's Bulldogs, but with those frags from Sage, the 2 Deagles for Periwinkle and Old Tear, Tier can make it seem not as strong as they would hope.
0 Point finds no information. Trademark did get
Lilac?
Oh.
Lilac?
I know exactly.
Oh, Akeo, come on, please bail them out.
We've got Neural Theft though. Akeo, they know where you're at.
You're kidding!
What was Akeo supposed to do? She's like, I have been scanned. They know I'm here.
I'm more you're kidding at the fact that the bonus is about to get converted by Scarlet. Did we see the timeout next round?
I mean, we have to.
I mean, look, even here, Sage trying to get in through door to isolate fights, and that's being disrespected by a recon and a fragment, and I think this is the call to save. Which then, usually when there's a save this early in a half, that is when you see a timeout. I love they're sitting in the life preserver, trying to preserve their life, preserve their weapon.
Please save me. Pull me away from the sinking ship. We also have Raven lurking near mid, so if there is a drop down through the trap door, unfortunately.
Wait, no!
What? Did you? So many.
They didn't know. There's no way they knew that was gonna go that far. It's probably because the off default plant.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Oh, that has to hurt. You thought you were good. You thought you were golden, and your gun's been robbed away. So full save, no timeout. Youch.
Oh, McNuggets. Okay, this is where I start to get a little concerned because I don't foresee the command null being utilized on engage. I actually think what it's going to be used here for because, like, let's be honest here. Orchid has been going in and making bodies drop consecutively.
Dive, yeah.
But as I'm saying that, we use it anyway. I was thinking it was going to be used for denial of retake.
Measure.
But yeah, it's worth it.
I think they recognize that UNT is going to be on a save this round. That they're more worried about like initial I guess, challenges, like all-ins towards pushing B or A main. So it's smart there, right? Then you can isolate those players if they were there relying on like a Tailwind or a dumpling of utility. But now, I mean, you've deposited Orchid this deep, and like you said, they've been delivering. Fortunately, this go around, only good for 1. Trade follows suit, weapon upgrade in hand. And now here comes the second layer, the extra trap play off this flashpoint. Anti-flash provides 1 frag, and Raven completes the picture off of Whole Tier's contact. 9-7, UH Scarlet up 2 rounds, proving our point that they're a second half team. Finally, thank you, North Texas.
All right, with this timeout coming online, what do you think is being discussed for North Texas? What's the counterplay to this absolute just onslaught, get into point, flood it, spread out, and surround and conquer style that we're seeing from Scarlet?
I'm trying to think back to the round where the third round where they had rifles and what went so catastrophically wrong. I think it was just the split play that they had between Tube and A main that was unchecked. So maybe I want to see like some Tube pressure, maybe a duo push down Tube. You have like Viper anchor on A, and the other 2 members maybe 1 on B, 1 on Nest. That way you can get early information, early rotations, maybe you can get a pinch play going, because we've seen it. Raven having full dominion over the flank and getting no real challengers means they can focus their efforts towards site, towards denying additional retake avenues off of the contact that Orchid or Ultier has been making. So any effort to disrupt that, good.
Well, let's see what the change of playstyle is from UNT this round. I mean, we already have a change. Lilac is committing to this purchase of the operator.
You know, this was a good change on Icebox. It did help them out and probably got us here to Breeze. So I do like it. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong site. UH Scarlet looking to replicate their success they had found. Snakebite out, but Twin Cloud not in a position. Well, how do you get that shot onto Bab? It's a first blood, but a trade regardless. Akea now trying to weather the storm. Anchor down, keep numbers advantage equated here. UH Scarlet, no sense of rotation. They just want to take this space in tow, and that means that North Texas is going to be there to get the jump immediately out the gate. And so far, frags, Sage can single-handedly pull this round for the team. Great change-up coming out of timeout thus far. Jelly, Sage together. Again, fighting right back into this.
All right. We're still a little broke, UNT. And so we need to parlay the last round into this round, equalize us at 9-9. It's the only way I really see this, the opportunity for UNT to actually not just put themselves in the lead, but actually secure this half. I say that because if they have to go into a save, it's going to get really rough. Houston has such a credit disparity in their favor. Ooh,
That's rough.
the knife plus the cloud smoke, and I think there's a fragment just in case. We have Sage pick up 2. That's Altier and Orchid go down. Houston.
We have a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you and you have a problem. You're getting a little too eager there with the numbers advantage you had claimed. I mean, I'll say it. They made a great adjustment because that was a play that UH Scarlet had gone for in round 3 that worked. That round, it really didn't. It was just the overzealousness of the toxic screen there that puts things even here on the 3-3. And my now concern is that the Hunter Fury is online here for Cat with no tail.
Yeah, there's post-plant lineups for sure. We got snake bites, we got shark darts, well, shock darts.
Oh, okay, almost had it to half. Trades follow suit though. Lilac, Bab, both deliver. No Hunter Fury, no snake bites. Bab on the tap, but the trades not following suit. They know they can just play time here. No reswing, they know they're off. The stick comes through. You recognize the tap, you have to reswing, and it still wasn't enough time. 10-8, UH Scarlet the first to reach double digits. I'm out of breath. That was down the wire.
This is where things get very concerning because now that double digit cusp with crossing that and looking at UNT currently, yes, they have Hunter's Fury. Yes, they have Blade Storm. But if they lose this round, and this is already a Franken buy, you can see it. They're gonna be using Blade Storm here because Jelly did not purchase. We hear it go off. The Blade Storm can be taken away by a well-placed 0-point knife. So we have to be wary of that as well in this instance, but if they don't win this round, they're done.
This is an over-rotation from North Texas. They're used to this team committing. In this round, they don't. Sage has been insane solo anchor as an initiator, mind you. Not even a controller, not even a sentinel. And they've bought just enough time with that lure through mid to give an indication to now have Jelly rotate back to help them out. I wish they used some of that utility because they have so much of it, but they spot out the head here. They grab the frag on Ultier before finally getting suppressed. All the blades are gone, and my now concern is that they are alone on site, but they're alone in fragging.
Cat with no tail picks up Bab. We're just down to Periwinkle.
Don't solo this. Okay, they're giving solo duels though.
Don't
Hey,
listen
thank
to
you,
them. Go
Lilac.
for the solo. Go for the solo play. Yes,
Bro,
periwinkle.
bro.
Oh, now you're getting double swung. You're not going to be successful.
I didn't
on
mean
that one.
periwinkle, I meant jelly.
Oh, okay.
Like they have numbers advantage, and I mean you saw how the mid fights with Cat with no tail were going solo. Periwinkle almost had hope there, but again it was Lilac and I think it was Sage with the double swings. So UNT right back into it, like you said, that was a pivotal round, but right the ship, they get their weapons back to full, and even Lilac with the tour de force. Just need to keep it up.
Wait, okay, Lilac is a little broke, so it understandably needing to pop the Tour de Force here. I was like questioning, did we actually need it? We have Blade Storms also being engaged from Houston, but holding double doors, and the rendezvous is not very far. We dump a bunch of 9s, but none of them even graze Lilac. Tour de Force found one. Headhunter pulled out to try and deal with the jet. It's successful. Jelly finds Periwinkle. Ultier picks up 2 in conjunction, and now we're in a 3v2. UNT still poised to be victorious here, but one misplay, and that is not reading what Ultier is at. Will equalize us. It is just the Sky and the Viper. We're gonna confirm the plan.
Online.
Yeah, I mean, Cat with no tails, last player standing, and wow, I am shocked UNT pulled that back in their favor.
I understand wanting to play on default and for main, but when you have no information about where these players are and it's a 2v2, maybe go for the safer option behind Pyramid. It was a little bit rough there. Bab able to get the angle there because Ult's here tucked away below the guardrail, I guess is the best way to describe that position. So 10-10 equated here again. I think we see the timeout from UH Scarlet next round if they lose this, right?
I don't think that poison orb went where they wanted
Second
it
time.
to.
That's the second time it's done that.
Well, Bab confirmed the flash onto one person. Orchid used the tailwind to fully push in, so Orchid has no means of escape if she gets pinched. That's my biggest concern. And as I'm discussing the no escape route, Lilac will confirm Orchid's elimination. Periwinkle now lurking up towards Nest and choosing to disengage. I'm not sure about why we chose to do that rotation, because it could have been very risky if someone swung out from double, but thankfully no one did. And actually, we have our Cypher lurking up into double doors, so the right side was cleared out, but again, we have Periwinkle going for the challenge up against Nest. I don't know why. Periwinkle falls. We have Raven pick up the corpse. There's the neuro that we know where all the defenders, well, all the defenders currently are, which is massive. Cow and No Tail is going to confirm the plant. We're going to drop down the cage to try and give us a little bit of extra cover and information and put down extra tripwires as we see the recon bolt go through. Doesn't scan anybody, unfortunately.
So Raven off angle for bridge. Everyone though has dropped down. They get the perfect timing. The perfect knockdown, and now Akeo robs them of the ace, or robs them of the round, and the hero play. North Texas recover, get the round, but again, that was a little too close for comfort for a save out of Scarlet.
All right, Scarlet, are you going to call a timeout here? We think you should.
Just drum roll again for the second time this game. And they'd rather save it for O2. No, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They're just buying our suspense down.
Okay, so looking at the ultimates that we have online for both these squads, I theoretically see UNT using Hunter's Fury for information gathering and to kind of funnel players into one spot to deny, the ability to fan out as much as they as much as UH has been able to in the past. I also see but I could also see it being used as a counter to the Viper's Pit once the attackers come in and lock sight, but that really relies on UNT disengaging earlier rather than later, because if they overstay their welcome, they lurk in one spot too long, they get swung, and we've seen them get eliminated before this round, before we see that spike go down. On the flip side, we do also have the KO ultimate, which UH is most likely going to be using to engage onto a site and follow it up with Viper's Pit to lock it down. My only concern, again, is just the response of the Hunter's Fury. How are they going to cope with that? Because it's not like Null Command lasts an eternity.
I think what they're gonna do is early Viper spit B main, create that anchor point, try and funnel the players towards the A site, which is where Sage has been playing and is in a position to punish potentially with the Hunter's Fury to deny the spike plant. I want to see more reservation from Sage. Don't get me wrong, they've been doing hero play after hero play to lock down A, but I want that Hunter's Fury in contention, and they need to be out of, as mentioned, that null command radius. Unfortunately, this Poison Orb placed a retreat instead out of Akeo, so no Viper's Pit just yet. A cut of noise to try and feign a rotation. Look, it's actually a pinch play through mid.
Orchid rushing in through the mid archway. Does get bound, but it's traded by Akeo. And we have... Yep, there's the Viper's Pit, followed up by Hunter's Fury, but Jelly gets two. The Hunter's Fury did get Akeo, and Jelly finds the final elimination on Cat with no tail. That's UNT putting themselves up to 12.
And map and series point. It's the economy. Worse for wear here for the Cougars. No command, yes, there may be buyout here to win the first round. They need to get towards overtime. We've yet to see an overtime in this series. 13-11, 13-10. What do we go all the way, Nerdy?
I mean, this is to punch your ticket to Texas. You have to go all the way.
That's true. It's the Battle of Texas, ironically. That will come to an end sooner or later. With Akeo finding first blood, it might just be sooner. Yes, you forced Akeo out of the pit. The smoke integrity runs out, but they're in a position to challenge, and they've had plenty of rotations from their team. But you can't get overzealous. Can't get overly eager. Trade of Molly for a Guiding Light. Blades out. Jelly looking to put this one to bed, and with Raven the last to stand, and the last... I was going to say a fall. 19 HP.
19
Outstanding
HP, a
strongest.
dream.
And that dream is dashed away by Jelly. Quiet start to that half, but a strong closeout. Another 13-10 from UNT to punch their ticket to the grand finals to go up against Carleton FE. And I will say it, the Battle of Texas definitely delivered, Nerdy.
It did, and I mean, as I stated earlier, most likely these teams will be still traveling a significant distance to get to the land itself,
Yeah.
but Carleton is going to have to take on UNT. Now, just to elaborate a little bit further, Carleton, Houston, and North Texas have all faced off against one another, and it's been very back and forth,
Yeah.
I feel like, across the board since January. So with that in mind, I don't know which way to call it. I mean, this showing between Scarlet and UNT just demonstrates how close in ability and skill these teams are. I really think it just came down to being a little bit like showing predictability intentionally and then utilizing that to shake things up, using your utility in the exact same way, but using it to create distraction to then engage differently than you have been in the past, I think was huge. And then just honestly facilitating your duelists has been such a powerful tool, both on Lotus, Icebox, and then coming through over on Breeze, where I think, you know, the long range tends to be a little bit more dominant, but you facilitate that duelist to eliminate the range gap and you can absolutely flood a site. And I think that's what UNT played into very well.
I agree. UA Scarlet, they were, I would say, the more proactive team in terms of adjustments made, but it was just the stability, and it felt like UNT, they would establish momentum control early on, and then in that second half, when the comeback was imminent, that's when they would drive themselves over the finish line. I am curious to see how that kind of strategy, or I guess I'm going to say mentality, since they might not be hoping that that's what obviously happens, will pan out, but we do have to get these players ready. Obviously, we have to give North Texas a break versus Carleton, who's been sitting pretty watching that last map of Breeze. So with that, we are going to jump into a break. But when we come back, the grand finals, Carleton FE versus University of North Texas. Who will take it all?
Spike here.
Welcome back to our coverage of the UNI tournament, which is our qualifier for the opportunity to go to the into the Texas land that'll be happening in May. We're about to hop into our grand finals between Carleton and University of North Texas. It's Zobi and Nerdy Bird here calling all the action for you. We guided you through the semifinals, which was Scarlet taking on UNT, and now it's time for Carleton to take on UNT. And Zobi, I want your 2 cents on this one. We're starting out on Ascent. What do you think we're going to be seeing here from these squads?
Well, I think first we should take a look at the teams that are competing. I mean, we saw and we got acquainted very well with the North Texas squad. I think what we're going to be seeing is similar dominance between Lilac and Jelly, filling each other's shoes for that squad. And for this Carleton squad, you know, I'm excited to see what they have to offer. But I mean, even Bab, I don't know if you know this is a fun fact. They've had their dad in chat like for every matchup of Aurora series, and they were even there today. So definitely a great cheerleader. But as I said, Carleton's roster coming up here hot. Hans, Tranquil, Blink, Helen, and Levici. Now, what do you remember about these players from your Aurora series days?
So my experience with Carleton actually predates
That's true. You're not wrong.
Our Aurora series. So in Aurora series, I saw the ascension of Plink. Plink is definitely a player to keep an eye out on. I think on the duelist role, Plink is very dominant when they're facilitated, and that facilitation comes from the player, I think, of Hans. Hans is also someone to keep an eye out on. Her hero pool is a little bit more in-depth than some other players on that roster. She's very adaptable, but when she is playing more of those initiator roles, she's extremely powerful, so I'm excited to see what she brings to the table. I do think for our first map, though, and these maps in general, we're likely going to be seeing her playing more of playing more to the blinds and the nullification of abilities than just removing information via the form of visuals such as smokes. So we actually can discuss a little bit more regarding that, because I hinted at it. Our first map is going to be Ascent for today, and for our grand finals, and so I think we're going to see a perfect mirror composition coming out from both these teams, and then we'll move on to Icebox, and we'll close out with a decider on Bind if we make it that far. Now, Ascent, considering it is, you know, most likely mirror comp, I feel as though for it to be first map for grand finals, it's kind of like a proving ground, so to speak, to see if you're able to play the meta composition, understand it, and understand the weak points of it. But with that in mind, if we do see meta compositions, what do you think is the deciding factor here for one of these teams to be more successful?
Yeah, I mean, the metacoms Ascent, it is tried and true. We kind of know what to expect, but I'm excited for this this map pool, I guess, specifically because Icebox and Bind are the 2 maps that North Texas 2-0'd Carleton on in the semifinals for Aurora Series First Light. And while these teams have come a long way, you know, adjustments, growth, it'll be a good litmus test to see how they have evolved. So Ascent, yes, haven't seen it from these squads recently, so it'll be a good tried and true collegiate special. But as you mentioned, here it comes, that mirror comp.
I mean, I can't predict anything less when I've seen both these teams run this composition on this map. The only exception is we've had some teams run double duelist to circumvent this. Yes, we did. But I digress. We're going to see the mirror composition. And honestly, I think this comes down to understanding the basics of Ascent. And if you're able to use your abilities properly, I mean, not to call people out, but earlier we saw the unfortunate side effects of, you know, when you should be able to land a utility and it doesn't come through. And if you don't understand those basics, or you start whiffing on them due to nerves, lack of sleep, you're hungry, what have you, it can really bring your team's ability to perform down a little bit, and that just change of elevation of gameplay just slightly is enough to push the other team ahead of you. So focus on the mechanics, understand your win conditions here, and I think honestly, we know how UNT likes to run this. We know how they like to attack on B site. Carleton, if you've done your homework, which I know you're capable of doing, denying that, playing around it, giving up the space without giving up util or your health or your entire health bar in general is going to be quintessential for the retakes. Best of luck to both these teams. I'm excited to see how they do this, but I also hope that UNT is ready to adapt, because when they refuse to adapt and keep running the same play, they start to get into trouble.
Completely agree. Couldn't have put it better myself. But starting off here on Carlton's map pick puts them in the hot seat, even more so that they're the ones on attack here, having to take the fight to North Texas, and looking like we're seeing early aggression out of Jelly here, tucked away in that dark cover. Going to try and go for an early backstab off the flashpoint from Market, and it's going to give them the window of opportunity, but it's stripped away by a really fast pivot of attention. So as the dust settles, numbers advantage in favor of Carlton, and they're just going to hold, figure out, and try to play some mind games in the UNT squad.
Watching here.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know how long those mind games are going to work out because they just destroyed an alarm bot. The shock darts are coming through. The dark cover's been utilized as well just outside of Market and A main. And, well, inside main here. And Plink is going to pop through the smoke, uses the tailwind to push through it rather than hanging on to it just in case. The paranoia accidentally paranoids our own Sova. Recon dart went through. And Plink with the swing gets one but can't find the second. The Sage finds two! In the blink of an eye!
It's not enough, though, unfortunately. I mean, Levici and Tranquil each with a clean trade back for themselves ensures that Carlton be able to take that pistol. And I didn't get to say this in the pre-show, but I think even with the history of dominating 2-0 in the first light Aurora series for North Texas, the most recent stats we have are from Aurora series, at least, was a third place matchup between UH Scarlet and Carlton, where yes, Carlton got 2-0'd, but it was 13-10, 13-10. So we look at the scorelines we have between UNT and UH Scarlet, this is going to be a close matchup. Regardless, this round, early aggression B main, unfortunately that 3-stack's not going to find much because A is the end goal here for Carlton, so we'll see what the players already here can do, or if it's just going to be a free sight and a 5% retake.
Planning standard for Gen. We have KJ Util around that spike plant as well. Couple are gonna drift their way into heaven, and we do have some wine lurks, but they're about to get pinched out. Hans is gonna use the pop flash, manage to get the Gen up, the tailwind expires, and then get a follow-up kill onto Bab as well, so the initiation power is basically eviscerated for UNT.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a paranoia, but with Avicii fighting Akeo, not much there, and it's a flawless second round here for Carlton. So they're going to have a really strong bonus coming into this round. I mean, the Devil Bulldogs, Levici just as deadly on that Marshall. It means they have a good fighting chance to convert this third round, which UNT knows they need to avoid like the plague if they want a chance at finding success here thus far on the defensive start.
Look, I have to highlight Hans using that flash drive around the corner and managing to pick up two and still survive was incredible, but I don't know if Hans is going to be able to get away with that again. They'll be ready for it, they'll look away faster, and Hans is going to use the 0 point. Hits the wall, doesn't find anything because the position change here prevented that from finding any fruit, but Lilac finds Hans. There goes the initiator I was just highlighting. Flash drive out of Market, Lilac finds Plink.
Lilac's been killing it here, but they're getting killed by their doubles swarm grenades here. Lower of an HP line now to work with. And I mean, that swarm grenade means that this Marshall can have free reign, but unfortunately that free flank from Jelly means players for Carlton are confined. Logs not checked means one frag, but a quick follow through from Akeo from Market means UNT will be able to get that third round, that rifle round on the board in pretty seamless fashion. Obviously 4 or 5 rifles walking away would have been preferable, but a great showing nonetheless that they can keep track of and they can shut down an initial site take and don't necessarily always have to play retake.
All right, I'm looking at what we got currently for UNT, and Bab is a little worse for wear as far as utility goes, and I think, well, as far as the firepower goes, and I think that might mean that they really can't play for retake. They got to play for the early picks and get Bab the opportunity to pick up a weapon. So we see the Aldron go out. It's not going to be able to get Jelly because they're on the opposite side of this dark cover. It's going to clear through Archway, and I don't know if it actually saw KO and Sova just on the other side of the arch.
So again, Carlton starting out with this mid exploration, gathering information. hoping to waste some utility early on, but nice trap play set up here with the flashpoint. Sage pushing in. Fortunately, though, it's only good for one, a trade. Helen. And that means, however, that dive agent is gone. And with this pivot towards A site already following through before it gets started. It's looking worse for wear here for Carlton. Able to join up, though, and at least find the site. Hopefully at least find the plant. We'll see what this 2 squad can do, especially considering how low KO is for UNT here.
I don't think the fragment did anything, but the paranoia sure did. Helen currently underneath. We see flash drive used. It doesn't... No one gets blinded. Hans is at 10 health by generator. 10 health and a dream. The teleportation was used. Akeo gets 1. Helen gets 2. There's a tap, the swing through, and Akeo will pick up Helen. That's another round to UNT. Yeah, I'm just as shocked as you, Mr. Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, that close, right? Like I said, even if it was a 3v2, 1 shot, all it takes. But at the end of the day, 2-2 here, proving us right when we predicted this was going to be a close in contention matchup. And now going to this next round, Rifles favoring North Texas, but not too shabby of a bye to meet it here for Carlton. The concern now is that if UNT wins this round, Carlton will be reset to a save, and we could see North Texas pulling ahead by 2.
Sometimes that's what you gotta play for. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. You force by as much as possible if you're Carlton currently. Not really having ultimates online other than from the shadows means we can't really get much except for relocation or information, as that bolt did scan 2 of Carlton currently, and yeah, you gotta go make this as expensive as possible and pray that you get this round win. And then if you don't, then you understand if you lose this, you're conceding 2 rounds. That's just the nature of having no creds. Splash drives used, tailwind to engage.
Ooh, nice crunch.
And we have a trade.
Clear logs! Clear your corners, please! Or Bab can get away with stuff like that, and suddenly Carlton's sight hit is on a strong hold. Unless Plink can do something on par. Now for an ace. Tailwind expires, so they're trapped in a corner, and that's where Lilac is going to strike, and Jelly, perfect partner in crime, as mentioned in the pre-show, actually. It's exactly what will punch that ticket and hopefully now propel them into that 2-round lead, because, yeah, full pistols. Yes, Plink has the blades, though. Plink has the blades. I could see a Thrifty incoming.
We have some highlights of Plink in other broadcasts. I think we could see Plink absolutely mow down a few players and get some weaponry in the hands of their teammates, including themselves. We also have Hunter's Fury online, but there's Bladestorm on both sides, and the scary part is Bladestorm also can get taken away. And we just narrowly dodge losing Bladestorm to a 0-point knife. And also KO went and grabbed Orb on the enemies from the other site. And so we have Null Command online too, but Plink rotating towards Catwalk. Doesn't fully clear the angle, but Hans is posted up just outside A main and waiting for someone to rotate through the attacker's spawn, but I don't think anyone's going to come near you, Hans, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really need to see like a paranoia or something from Helen, though, because they're really the only one in a position to dismantle this tree hold. So answers the dark cover, but it's actually Akeo to hold the line with their own paranoia. Swarm grenade out. Means they can have safe passage, join up with their teammate. Fortunately, can't sacrifice a blade for that turret, so you're going to take some chip damage as you just wait for that Killjoy utility to expire so you can get the plant down. Here come the lineups. Sage lineups. Oh, I wanted to see Shock Darts, but I think they're just going to get ready for the recon, get ready for that flood in. But look how thorough North Texas is! But Beb, you knew somebody could be cubby. You don't clear out the player. Support, 4. And Jelly. Is that a double pull out, like, through the wall? I have no clue what just happened, but Jelly on a tear, a 3K. Lavici has to bail them out, but even then, the team is prepared. And team has each other's backs. UNT confirmed that 2-round lead.
All right, now the question is, will our caster prediction that we both agreed on of the consenting 2 rounds Carlton over to UNT after losing that, and they're forced by Franken by round, what have you, is that going to come to fruition? Because somehow... Okay, all right, I'm just... I think we'll be okay.
No, I mean, I didn't say anything past the 4-2 being established. I just knew we were gonna have the 4-2. This round is, I agree though, this round's gonna determine the outcome of the half, okay? Because number one, it's gonna be either Carleton rights their economy and can fight back towards a tied game, or UNT will make that first initial advance towards that 6th round threshold. And they also can damage the old economy here for Carleton. But likewise, that's the same case for them if they overinvest and lose. So I need to see careful consideration from both of these squads. And with UNT, again, on this passive defensive approach, being confident in their retakes, we'll probably see like a lockdown and no command in sync here to contest back in.
I'm trying to figure out where Sova's posted up, because if those are used in tandem, we have lost Helen. There's the null command used to engage. We don't have lockdown just yet, but Hans will be forced down. And Seiji also finds Levici. Plink inside Hell gets eliminated by Sage. Now Tranquil swinging out through main, takes a 1v1. Why are you taking 1v1s? Stop! Thank you! 4 of you were alive! 4 of you!
I mean, I feel like your Sova, your KJs, they're ready in those kind of clutch situations to isolate, to slice the pie, so they can collect one player after another. But ultimately, an interesting situation here. Yes, you get the plant down, but you can see every player debating, do we buy? Do we save? Because they understand that this is going to be a big round that could be the difference maker. Because if they force up, then they basically hand over the 6th to, or lose, they basically hand over the lead to North Texas. But if they buy here, like they're half buying, there's a chance that they can stop UNT from locking in that 6th. But my concern here, number one, is that UNT didn't use any ults last round. And number two, that Lilac has an open.
You previously mentioned the team with the Odin's going to be victorious. So we see Lilac mow down 2 in rapid succession.
It was utility kills. What do you mean?
Look, but still had the Odin.
But it was a turret and a molly kill. That's just even more impressive that she was able to adjust her setup to counter that impending aggression that was about to come through. I do think the Odin will get its time in the limelight, but the utility takes the cake there, and Levici... Here, you might get your Odin kill. When they break the window, they'll know, yeah.
I'm crossing my fingers for this Odin kill. There he is. Look, the team with the Odin wins the round.
The team with the Odin wins the round. And that's the concern, is that UNT has built up such an economic reserve that they can consistently invest into these heavier buys. Versus, again, scraping the bottom of the barrel, Carleton, they get a buy because of their half. They're safe for next from the last. But again, they lose this round, UNT. Not only will they get the lead, but they likely will get an 8th. And we don't have any kind of barrier of comparison, I should say, for if Carleton is a second half team like UH Scarlet was. Got any insight there?
I don't. I'm trying to figure it out as we're progressing. It's just, it's almost as though they're a little too scared to push up when they have the ability to do so. They can facilitate their jet in conjunction with Hans, and I think, well, there's 100 bullets gone. I think they're just so scared to lose a player early in conjunction with the util that the player provides that they're unwilling to do so. We have the KO ultimate online. We're going to use it. Lilac seizes the idea of lockdown and confirms to go through with it.
Ow,
Unfortunately, they're going to go down, and now it's just Sage left standing for our defensive squad at UNT right now.
You said, like, you don't want players to die because you want their utility, and then I'm looking at the HUD and seeing that the UNT has popped an ult command, so you don't have utility anyways. And that's, I think, why they had that stronghold on Tree. They knew a lockdown for retake was going to come into contention, so they wanted to put those players in place early. And unfortunately, just the sheer numbers they had there, it wasn't enough to get those trades out. So for now, they keep UNT at bay. They keep them on that 6th mark. Even then, though, like I said, economy, pretty good. And another Odin forced up here. And it's interesting to see a Killjoy consistently on the A site. I think if UNT loses this round, they swap Killjoy to B. And I don't think it's going to be expected.
Well, they don't have her there, and so we have a full commitment with the lockdown, which gives you
Bab?
little options of escape. Bab
Plink?
gets 2, Plink follows up. Bab, using a fragment after death, gets 1 kill as well. That's going to be a confirmed plant for Carlton in 2-on-2, but Blades driven from the shadows are online. I could theoretically see Carlton just playing time. I mean...
Playing high-low. My concern, though, is Helen, no paranoia. You have a cloudburst for Plink to maybe disrupt the light of sign, but I'm expecting to see a paranoia out of Akeo before they take this stairs fight. Maybe from Switch, maybe from lane, and there it comes, and Lilac walking away with the first frag, but it's a trade. Plink on par for an ace, 70 HP though, no shield. Here's a drop down, Akeo with the tap, Plink with the swing, and unfortunately not enough HP to finish the job. Akeo will pull North Texas into an advantage here, confirmed in the first half. And that round was beautiful from both teams. I don't know how else to put it. It was just unfortunate at the end.
I was so close for Carlton. I was waiting here with bated breath, seeing if it would get confirmed.
Like ace, ace, ace.
Also, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I think your weapons are on the wrong rolls there.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Lilac, they're a chamber player. We know they can op. They're gonna be pulling out the boost you op, I guess. Let's see. Oh, it's in the right spot. It's in the right spot. And you never expect a killjoy to post it up with an operator because they don't have a tailwind to get away. So even while suppressed, they just take the frag. They get out of dodge. And look, Plink says, I can't even trade you. I only have blades and I got suppressed. That's clean though.
I'm also wondering why...
Wait. It's pulling all the North Texas members over to A. Spike's still B-side.
Oh, this is a sacrificial lamp. And Jelly, this was the other thing. I was like, why does Jelly have the Odin? But you know what? I guess they can hot swap.
Weapons picked up. Someone's gotta sport it.
True. Has UNT figured out that... No way, Levici. If you get this, this is so huge. Just breathe, be calm, get the proper placement.
But they don't get both. So Jelly, should have been good for the trade. But Levici limps away with their life. Numbers advantage. Narrowly favoring Carlton. That's just insane awareness that they could pressure. Yeah.
But Levici's in hot water currently. Yeah, avoiding Bab. She was going to be in a rough spot trying to rotate back through market to get to B site, and plus all the attention was going to be pulled to B. She knew that there was going to be a rotation coming out through the defender spawn.
Playing Tranquil. Very similar situation, different agents. Lilac again take the first blood off of Tranquil. And this time like gets both. Alright, Plink, I don't know if that high-low works when you're tucked away in boat like that. That's the second time the teammate in front has died. And the round is not clutched. And look at this, they even have plenty of time to go back and collect the operator. And Alright, 8-4 curse or 9-3 curse? One is Valorant wide, one is UNT wide. Pick your poison, nerdy.
Let me look at what we got buy-in here for Carlton. I think we're gonna see a 9-3.
I'll agree with that. Now, I mean, do I think the buy here could get something done? Definitely, but we've seen the havoc the Odin and the operator can bring. So it's really gonna, I think, depend on this first blood. This time. They're aware of the op, which is why they're not even gonna swing into tiles. But look at this. Red, blue streaks across the sky, and Sage walks away with first blood. So, yeah, I think our assumption might be correct here for North Texas.
Now, if we're completely wrong and Carlton pulls this one back in their favor, I will be shocked.
Yeah. I'm gonna even type it into my spreadsheet. Jelly gets another on Levici, pops the blades, knowing that Hans is no longer in contention here. Can't strip them away from her. You take a fight here through the wall. Nobody in position to trade, though. This is where North Texas gets dicey. They take these solo fights confidently and are punished for it.
Ooh, Sage is being...
Wait, I like this timing. Plank.
Ooh.
Oh, doesn't matter. Blink was aware, but yet to the shots at the end of the day. And Tranquil was more of a lurk player. They were so confident in their ability to take that B site. But now Spike's down in lane. Tranquil with only a Guardian has so many angles to clear and position confirmed. An easy finish there from the operator for the first half. The 9-3 in place, Nerdy.
Now the question is the 9-3 curse going to actually come through in favor of Carlton here? Or is UNT just going to be like, look, it's not an 8-4. We did even better than we have in the past.
I think it's going to be close. It's not going to be a dominant closeout for North Texas. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, right? It was that initial pistol and follow-up round that Carlton was able to get. And then once rifles were online, North Texas was like, all right, we've got your name, we've got your number, and now we've got the numbers advantage. But we'll have to see what that third round looks like. And for all we know, North Texas could prove me wrong with this pistol and dominatingly go out with these next 4 rounds.
Well,
Which
also
is
to
concerning.
highlight- It is, and what they've done in the past is they've done this A site commit, and it's very similar to how Carlton would approach it, but their B site execution is extremely strong. So it's more like they're testing the waters of the A site hold for Carlton to see how they want to set up if they're committing the KJ Sova on B, which is not how UNT was approaching this. And you can see that they do that default, and then they're running away. So they call this disengage. They're going to lurk up towards Catwalk, try to see if anyone rotates. But now here comes the question. If they can bait the utility here through Archway and mid, we might actually see a full rotate back to B site if they can confirm a pick onto someone early as well. But their presence is alerted, and
Jelly is just feeling themselves right now. Did you like
Yeah.
see that fancy movement clearing angles after one after another? And they still managed to find the first blood. But on Levici, they realize they've never left. Levici on par for a 4K, and Hans will bail them out from an early finish. So again, Carlton, second pistol of the game in their favor. And that's exactly what they needed if they wanted to start turning this map pick around. And their map pick around, I should remind everyone.
I think that was just a poor execution from UNT. The rotation, they did it very loud. They forced not a whole lot of util, and Carlton read them like a book. Additionally, like, I understand the fast pace that they like to play at, but they did the engage on B site and the intentional disengage, but then when they engaged onto, well on A site, and then when they went to B site, things got to fall apart because they used it so early, anticipating people to have already pushed up when they didn't because there was no need for them, and then they got caught off guard.
So this round, again, slower approach. Obviously it's Nico, but Helen confirmation, dark cover out in response. But look at where Jelly has slipped their way into, and now it's going to be a double swing, but Blink bailing them out. Nice paranoia as well, means all these eco frags are just getting collected one after another. Akeo says, all right, don't want to do that. And you can see the replacement to follow suit. They have spikes. They have some options here. But I mean, it would have been optimal if they had one player down, because maybe Akea could have like been able to recover a weapon or something to shed hope on the situation. But hope has been dashed even further away now that they're suppressed. Position confirmed, and that's when we could see the members for Carlton start moving in. But nah, they want this round flawlessly. They're not gonna take any fights they don't have to.
I mean, why would you? You could theoretically, Akeo can go for an exit frag with a classic 100 health in a dream. Would I suggest doing it? Probably not. You're just going to make the economy better for Carlton. Instead, it's going to use the dark cover to try and jump through.
Get the orb, why not?
Just yet. Yeah, and probably just run away. Wait, Akeo, really?
Plant money, plant money, plant money. Plant money? Just stick it. Act like you don't care. Just stick it. Oh. I mean, they don't want to say a classic, but I would have preferred them tuck dice and try and stick the bomb. That would have been funny if they got it.
Surprise everybody and just go for the plant despite
Yeah.
knowing that there's 3 people on site.
Oh no. The third round Seiji operator. Or sorry, Odin. This is gonna...
Gun here.
The jelly Odin?
I
have questions, and I don't think I'm
I
gonna get
do
answers.
too.
Ooh, actually, I love this because it takes time to pull out the Odin from the recon bolt. We've seen this strategy beforehand, and it works beautifully. The concern here, Tranquil, they says I got an S in G as well, but Jelly says I have the bigger one. So they draw first blood. I'm surprised this hasn't been handed out yet, but they haven't followed through. Instead, a rotation towards mid where Jelly claims another. All right, Seiji, I see why you gave this to Jelly.
Yeah, but is there a plan to give it back?
I don't know. Maybe
We're
the
gonna have
post-plant?
Jelly? Maybe?
Once they get the blades online, which is aka after this round.
Plank lurking near tree. I don't believe we're gonna have an A-site push. So these two are gonna... Oh boy, this is a lot of people posted up into one small zone, and this is going to quickly become a bloodbath, and I think the Odin is going to be the one to win out. Tragically, we have some exchange fire occurring. Bab has called out where the location of the fire originated from.
I mean, I think it is an attempt there. 0 point confirming, Paranoia stalling. Lilac from A main actually opens up the site essentially here. Yeah, they find all the frags. I was worried they went back to Levici in that B-site stronghold, but now they're in the 1v5. Only a Spectre as well, and look who's still lurking there mid. Bab should be on top of things, yeah. Swing, one shot is all it takes. A flawless way for UNT to secure double digits on Carlton's map pick.
All right. Odin together strong. It's Levici with the Odin for Carlton, Jelly with the Odin for UNT. Yes, I'm still confused. No, I don't have the opportunity to question it. But
If it works, you don't question it, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so. Levici this time also has one. That's the silver lining here, right? Tranquil. A couple of lines here, Shums the spray, but clearly not as adept as Jelly here. If that suppression comes through, they can destroy this Killjoy utility in tow. Every piece now dashed away. Tranquil says, I have shock darts too, but they're not going to find nearly as much impact. But some Killjoy utility for now will drone for a frag and a first blood on the Sage. A worthy trade, and in the meantime, that A main aggression from Lilac's been shut down. So yeah, they have to follow suit on this mid pressure, on this B pinch potential. And I don't think they realize how deep Jelly truly is. Hans? Yeah, they didn't know.
Yikes!
They have to remember that Tranquil was stairs, though, and the Paranoia. Perfect form of support. Still, though, two players here, one with an Odin. We say the team with an Odin wins, but what happens when both have Odins?
I think it's the one that's brave enough to go into the defensive spawn, but as I'm saying that, Levici finds the pickup kill, and Akio picks up another Odin, so I think it boils down to whichever team ends up with two Odins.
Come on, Bab, come back side, grab the Odin. I mean, that would be insane to think about it, how thin those boathouse walls are, but they'd rather just propel Akio into frags. Flashpoints just all out time here. They don't really have confirmation about this is stairs or lane just yet, which is the issue. Oh, I love this angle. Paranoia play confirms early spray down, and yeah, I would also be kind of crying here when there's a double Odin back site that they can swap between. They don't even need to reload, but Helen still has a chance to get things done. They're sticking it all the way. It's half. They're off. Afraid of dark cover expiring. At this point, they know they're not on. Yeah. Helen, you were too eager.
Oh no! I really thought Helen was gonna convert, like...
I thought they were allowed to just stick it.
Yeah! The Odin fire was in the wrong spot!
Yeah, they would have landed it, like, her lawlessly. But, Live at 5. North Texas on the brink of map point, and there's nothing Carlton can really do except win a thrifty round. That's why Plink's forcing up the Bulldog or the Guardian here. They know they have to be that hero player. Levici meeting it with as much of an investment that they confront here with the Marshall. We've seen them hit some nasty shots, and that's going to be exactly what the doctor ordered here on this mid pressure. But look at this. Again, North Texas aware that an eco strategy can be off the wall, can be a 5-person run down a main. So they wait for that initial pressure, that response, and now they begin their first assault of utility, the recon, the owl drone to push the angle that Helen was holding back into sight.
Another dark cover is going to get procced. Jelly is just going to spam through it. Clear out wine. The fragment goes through to suppress this team and force them back just a little bit further, but no 0 point in hand. I believe it was used a little earlier. Helen with a deagle just lurking near hell, is about to come face to face with the Odin.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, have a lockdown for retake. Helen still alive. They're trying to do their strategy
Somehow.
of drawing rotations again, but I mean, look at where the jet is here for Carlton. Blink can hear these rotations. They know when the recon bolt is further confirmation. There's no way these players are going to rotate. In fact, it prompts the rotations back to be from Avicii and Tranquil. Oh, that's rough though.
Carlton. 3 standing.
Sage is blind and they still walking with kills. Hans almost saves the round, but fortunately, Luigi in no position to shut down this plant, so 1v3 retake with only a Marshall. Might be able to find a weapon upgrade here in Kaba, yeah. Wait, they don't want to take it yet? Too much of an audio cue? Yeah, I was about to say. You need that bulldog. Oh.
Levici. Well, the one good thing is that no one's posted up near wine, but that also, I mean, we know that Levici doesn't, and there's a one-way, so that makes this even harder for poor Levici, who goes through, and it's Sage with the Odin to finish out the round, putting UNT at match point here for map number 1.
It'll take 7 rounds in a row here for Carleton University to punch their ticket into overtime. But even then, has to start with this round. A buy-up coming through. They saved last. Exactly what they were anticipating. They have the tools. Null command. Lockdown in conjunction would deny a Hunter's Fury to counter it. But even then, North Texas have been taking most of their frags before the spike is even planted.
They're very comfortable on Ascent, and they understand the weaknesses of this composition and as a whole, and they're facilitating those who need to be. So we have one lurking in wine currently. They heard the orb get grabbed. Levici finds Jelly. Blink is in the zone of the lockdown, so that's never mind.
There it is. Trades coming through. Blink with a hero play to start out the round. Carlton lives to fight another day on their map pick. Now the concern shifts. The fact that North Texas is harboring ultimates. So they can go for a fast execution. Yes, they lost the lockdown, but replace it with a no command in conjunction with a Hunter's Fury and something you might find the clipped wings of a Carlton player. Like no tailwind out for Blink, etc. My only concern here is the blades coming out, so a heavy dependence there on Jelly while they get suppressed. Exactly. You know, just wait for the blades to come back. A suppression is not that long. Fortunately, Seiji gets the frag and allows the re-aggress with that low of HP. Oh, Hans, I don't know about the decision.
Is the fragment to force Blink out of the angle.
That's it. One frag for Helen. The follow-up, though, trade from Bab again. I said it before, the frag's usually going North Texas' favor before the plan even goes through. And that round, no exception here, Nerdy. So North Texas up 1, and it's Carlton's map pick that's been stolen away.
And just based off what we saw from North Texas earlier, we know that they're very capable on this map. Am I a little worried for Carlton? Yes. And just based off what we've also seen thus far, I think Carlton may not be able to handle the slight variation of composition that we have from North Texas. So with that in mind, I do still think they're going to run what would largely be considered the meta composition, which we also saw from Scarlet earlier. There might be slight variations. I don't really know. Perhaps they can use this coming break to figure that out, and we can use the break to try and lurk and look through all the archives that we have.
I was about to say, that's what I'm gonna do.
So we'll take a quick break. We'll gather some intel. We'll be back here in just a little bit with map 2. Is it going to be the end of our grand finals with a quick 2-0 in favor of North Texas? Well, stick around to find out. Welcome back to the UNI broadcast, and we are about to jump into map 2 for our grand finals. We have Carleton taking on North Texas, and currently North Texas took a cent away from Carleton, which was their map pick, and we're going to be moving on to Icebox. Now, we have not seen these two teams meet on Icebox, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, you are correct.
Okay. So, based off what we've seen in the past, I think this is still going to be favoring North Texas, but do you have any insight in regards to what we might be seeing from either of these two teams?
I mean, we saw Icebox out of the North Texas squad in the semifinals against UH Scarlet, so we'll hopefully see that Chamber, that Harbor, those spicy picks, and maybe we'll see the Deadlock Bav again. I would love to see that. But I did dig into my archives as promised, and I have found a matchup that was a 14-12 victory in the group stage against TMU White from Carleton, where they did run Icebox, which is scary that it was that close in contention with a team that isn't a typical front runner. But it was a Jet, Sova, Harbor, KJ, and Viper. So not the composition or the meta, I should say, that Double Sentinel you were expecting, like UH Scarlet ran. But I think an adaptation of it, I mean, just a substitution of the Sage for the Harbor, so you still get that cove for plant or diffusement securing. But we'll see how that shapes things up here as we get ready to jump in Agent Select. For all we know, I mean, that was a long time ago. They could change their pool.
I mean, personally, I like the Harbor pick, and we do know North Texas also favors it. So we have the Harbor confirmed. Bab once again locking in that deadlock. And yeah, this is the composition for Carleton that you just mentioned. I love having a historian with me here. So what do you think is going... Honestly, I like having the Harbor and the Viper, because if they were paying attention and watching the semifinals, if you're Carleton right now, and they saw Lilac on this Chamber, saw how dominant Chamber can be, I feel like Viper in conjunction with the Harbor, between those two, you guarantee to really be shutting down the angles that Chamber can take and where Lilac likes to swing. So perhaps these two together are actually going to be able to shut it down, North Texas, and force us into map 3.
I feel like the nice thing about having a Harbor and a Viper, it's like the issue we saw where Altair was getting first blooded for Scarlet, for example, isn't a problem, right? Even if they fall, then you still have that Harbor utility, that high tide for the retake attempt instead. So it's not a hard or a steadfast dependence on that toxic arena. So specifically for this A-site defense. Now, I want to key in on some role swaps that I believe I just saw. Mainly in that Levici is swapping over to the Viper and isn't on that Killjoy. And so Hans is taking that Sova so Tranquil can be on the Killjoy. So mainly that trio just jumbled their roles from that last archival footage I had found for you. So I'm interested to see how that pans out for the squad, or if it's something they've been scrimming and preparing. But even then, sometimes comfortability, especially with the cycling utility, can be an issue. And Nerdy, we're already getting into the first round. Again, UNT starting out on the attack, Carleton on the defense. So swap sides, kind of picking up where we left off on an early departure out of Ascent.
And we've got Jelly lurking almost to the halfway point of getting to A site, and it is going to be Sova and Jet on the back end with Harbor in conjunction. Lilac lurking up through tube. Doesn't see anything because there's no one camping inside kitchen. No one's cooking. Tranquil looking to see if anyone decides to swing, and I think they're literally just going to miss each other looking underneath. They are. They literally missed each other.
So now, kind of took control over kitchen by having their own barrier mesh so that no rotations can follow suit. The issue here, they haven't challenged Tranquil out of snow pile. Bab checks that box, continues this dominating take the B site. The next hurdle is gonna be Levici, sorry. But that is also dealt with accordingly. So numbers advantage, site plant, all here favoring North Texas out the gate.
Sensor destroyed.
Bab has line of sight on Spike, is going to look to swing this angle and clear it out. There's no one there. Perhaps looking to circle back up towards kitchen, which would be a little interesting if she chooses to do that. Lilac might have Plink in her sights very soon. But Bab, with the circle around and lurk, gets Hans. Sage falls, Plink falls, Bab falls. It's a 1-on-2. And I think we might have just had a slight connection error for one of the players. No, we're good.
I think that, yeah, I was gonna say UNT, they had the numbers advantage. They likely came away with that victory. But you know, we should flash back to Ascend because I want to remind you, Carleton took both pistols. So North Texas taking a pistol here is a great start to their own map pick.
I can't make heads or tails of whether or not that can foreshadow the outcome of this map. Just because of what we saw from Scarlet in regards to the pistol rounds, which historically Scarlet's not found a lot of success on, and yet they did during our semifinals. We see the Cascade is pushed forward. It's going to allow Jelly to lurk and clear out a couple of angles. The orb's also been grabbed. BAP is staying back, which is interesting. I mean, making sure no one's going on the flank. You have the denial using the barrier mesh. There's the cove to confirm the plan. That's the one thing with Harbor that I'm just like, wow,
So nice.
This is so annoying. It's nice if you're the one protected by it, but
I mean, if you're at Carleton, you can still dump like a Swarm Grenade, a Snake Bite, a Shock Dart into it, so I guess that's the silver lining. But this round, right, they're going for this flank play instead, and so far so good for North Texas in dealing with it.
Jelly blind fire through the high side. We have two. Oh! Two poke through, one goes down. We get the trade. Still lurking by Yellow. Sage here on the high ground.
Love the grab
That's
nets.
an attacker victory.
Bab has just been so fluid on this deadlock pick. It's been insane how they can be a lurk player, they can be an entry player, they can be a post plant with the grav net to punish the remaining members, or even just gather information on where they might be. And you can even see the recognition there, jokingly, from Lilac. But this round, again, a strong bonus to come out here, but it's the first rifle round for Carleton to get their point on the board. And if they do, we'll have a similar start to what we saw over on Ascent, just in the opposite direction.
As I was about to say, the question is, but can they? See Lavici get the initial first blood. They lose their engagement potential. Losing the jet early for UNT is kind of rough because their jet normally goes in, clears a bunch of angles, gets an early frag, and allows them to claim space. But without your jet, the question is, how do you do that? Because now you're only relying on this harbor utility to get you into an area, and you have to use the owl drone to get your information out. So we have Plink just waiting at the bottom of tube. Who's gonna swing? Oh, Bab unfortunately passes away to Plink, and Plink disengages and doesn't overstay her welcome.
Well,
I'm saying that the window diff.
they weren't overstaying their welcome, but yeah, literal drive-by. So now the rebound, hopefully onto the B site coming through. But the timing from the beach could be everything here. And unfortunately, Lilac bails him out just at the right time. So again, safe plant. Now high tide's in effect. Weapon upgrade collected and shuffled back towards Yellow. And I mean, this is looking like a strong bonus conversion attempt for North Texas. HP, yes, low for Sage, but we'll see what the remaining members of Carleton can do, especially when there's a cove in contention.
I suggest you move.
Oh, they want this round. Reckoning? Really? I'm surprised they invested that nerdy.
If it might still work out.
What just happened?
I really have no idea to describe what I just witnessed.
Ultimate ready.
Uh,
Okay, now we sigh with relief.
where, how, what? Okay, it was Hans was the one near the spike tapping, were they not?
I believe so, yes.
And it was Helen pushing through. So how does Hans get two and Helen doesn't? And they're the one good for the last. Yeah. All right. I mean, cohesion between a duo and a clutch scenario. That's one way to bail yourself out to get that rifle round on the board. But my concern now is, look at this. They have to force back up into these rifles because they lost so much. They want to keep the sporage train chugging, but it might cost them just too much in the fuel tank. So this round, important for them. If they lose it, reset to a save, while North Texas will take an early lead again.
I mean, if you're North Texas and you are unsuccessful in winning the round and you make it that expensive for Carleton, it's still kind of being victorious, because then if you just guarantee this one or make it again expensive, they're always going to be walking this fine line, Carlton will be at least, of having enough to buy or having to full save. As we have Hans in a duel, the Rendezvous comes in just in time to save Chamber, and as Chamber gets out, we do see Levici ends up falling to Sage. We're going to round out towards Yellow Box and the High Tide to cut off a lot of the information. We might see a rotation. No, they're just going to walk back a little bit, lurk, wait for some utility.
I can see the hesitation. I mean, a round you should have had that you even doubled down on with Reckoning, which you would have thought would have been overkill. And looking at the rotations that matched it, it's a good decision here. I like Seiji and Bab being left as well. So they're trying to pressure them into thinking that this is a B split, especially with that cascade to deny mid-tube information. And now as the late round comes into play, that's exactly what they are trying to follow through on.
Oh!
How does that not grab them?
What?
How,
you know what, I'm saved.
How is Helen alive? I don't understand, but Cove and Barrier Mesh allow the plan at least to get secured, but even then a 1v4 in the cards for Akeo. Finds one. Cove doing a good job allowing them to isolate some of these fights, but still so much utility to work with here for Carlton. Don't take your solo fights and you should win this. Don't take your solo fights! Okay. Thank you, Plink. Plink. Alright. You get them out of that round. Close for comfort, Nerdy. Again.
And that was expensive for both teams this time around. UNT, unfortunately, I think is going to be forced into... No, they should be able to almost completely buy. Plink does also have Bladestorm, but has bought full weaponry, full shield, so I don't foresee Bladestorm coming out this fight. I'm just looking at Carlton, who... Yes, they got some trades, but not enough, obviously. They left one player standing and lost the round, but... This is it. If they lose this round, they're forced into a save, and we have Plink get 2 advantageous and follow-up trade from Levici, thankfully, who was there afterwards.
That's your dive. That's Jelly gone. And yes, they're grouping up to try and pave their way into ace site, and yes, Lilac finding that frag should help. But High Tide for High Tide here to try and take some semblance of space control back. Or maybe just rob them of information on how fast rotations are coming from the remaining Carlton members. I just want to point out that the hero play from Akeo means that this is the second Reckoning for them already this game. And it's going to get used as well towards CT to deny a flood style retake back in for the squad as the plan will come in. It's like I say, we sometimes miss those.
Yeah. No, the swarm grenade does go off, and Sage gets stunned. And we're gonna use our own Cove to get the defuse. Oh no.
Oh no. Are they? I mean, Avicii 1v2. High-low established. Swing comes through. Nice isolation attempt to the left, but Akeo just wins their duel outright. And North Texas will reinforce the lead here. 3-2 early on. Again, good cycling of the ultimates this go around. Not saving them until they have to use them. It's going to be a save for next. A half investment from Carlton at best. What do you have to see, you think, from this Thrifty round to get a chance at turning things around sooner rather than later? Like, do you see any gaps in the attack so far from North Texas, or?
So this is where I'm concerned for Carlton's composition. Yes, they're able to deny Lilac's success on the chamber, but facilitating your Jet is a heck of a lot harder, I feel like, with this composition in comparison to other ones. There's no flashes, there is no denial of utility, and so Jet being able to pop up is not an opportunity. As we have Lilac, despite me talking about how she's denied a lot of her strengths, picking up a 3K shortly thereafter.
Okay, and Sage finishes off what Lilac started. Very clean round. rampant in map control, favoring North Texas, pulling themselves deeper into the lead. Again, it seems like Carleton, they get 2 rounds and then that's it. We might see like a blip on the radar for the rest of the half, but it definitely is rough when you find yourself in an economic hole. This round, again, going to be a big determining factor on if they can get back up onto their own feet or not. They're going to get knocked back down in the mud, but looks like an early aggressive play off the Cascade. No, it's just to feign that. Nice anchor point as well established by the pits over towards the ace site. But I mean, look at the counter already coming in. Hans just searching for early information. Plink uses that as a distraction to find Fab in mid. And finally, a round looking like it's coming up Carleton.
If you're Carleton right now, I think their composition is more favored towards the defense. I mean, you can start with Plink being forward sooner, and then Plink disengage. Doesn't have as much help from the team other than suppressive fire to try and get out, but I do think Carleton's favoring the defensive half of this game, especially Icebox. It's just a little concerning. Probably we're shooting for that 8-4, might get a 9-3, but either way, the gap is going to be quite large at this point, just based off compositions alone. We have Helen posted up over here on yellow, who probably can confirm that there's one set of footsteps here. You can hear the snow crunching, Tranquil jiggle picking, looking to see if they can get anything. We have some exchange fire, so you guarantee that there's someone there, but UNT slowing down dramatically after losing Bab early.
Which is interesting, because they haven't lost their dive agent. They haven't lost Jelly like they did last round, which could have been a reason for the slowdown. Instead, they challenge the Viper's Pit onto Levici, and they win. So A-Site opened up. Not a lot of time here, but the Cove, again, that extra measure of security that they need, and it's the perfect distraction for Jelly to just go on a tear and start this, or stop this round before the retake can even happen. Last 2 remaining members, yes, leaning towards A, but even then, look, Plink. Gotta get both of these, and I don't think you recognize that there's a second. I don't think they saw. There's no way they saw. Yeah. Now, cat's out of the bag, recognizing, again, tunnel visioned in, laser focus on isolating fights. Now they know where the last player was. Look at the utility. Shock Darts, Recon Bolt. They just need to play time, and they see the drop down and are on the correct angle held. North Texas continue to chug along with the round after round. 5 now in their favor.
Do you think we'll be seeing a timeout here soon for Carleton?
I think at 6 after this round if they lose it. Maybe? Maybe.
Well, they're going for a very heavy save, which is what you should be doing at this point. Your economy is a little worse for wear, not very healthy.
Over there.
And the only ult they have online is Tranquil's Lockdown, and unfortunately they're going to have to be going into a tour de force. Plus, there is Reckoning as well as Hunter's Fury for UNT.
Half, by the way.
I think you're looking to just make this as expensive as possible.
Yeah. Akeo having a map and a half right now. 5-2. Looks like a nice little trap play from Levici with this Poison Cloud. We'll see if they fall for it here. They recalled. They get the wraparound. Oh, take out your gun. Akeo! That spike down. Trade follows suit, and unfortunately, you don't get to see Plink strike back just yet. Forced retreat, and Jelly tracks them down.
Now it's just 2 standing for Carleton. As I'm saying that, Hans gets eliminated, and shortly thereafter, Tranquil will fall to Bab. 6 rounds favoring UNT, but that was a save round for Carleton. So now they should be able to full buy. And Plink now has the operator. And perhaps we see Plink pop off a bit here.
We haven't really gotten to see the Plink off on any map, really. We've seen the Levici Odin, obviously, but never in conjunction with that. So I agree this could be a great defensive staple. Concern now being that North Texas is about to slam into the A site, likely off the Reckoning or the Annihilation or both, and that op's on the wrong site.
Hopefully that's recognized, because once UNT picks a site, They tend to full commit, and they already have. There's the Reckoning Hans forced to evacuate the area. Jelly rushing in, claiming the back left doorway, making sure no one re-engages quickly. But if these two swing together and Jelly's not looking, it could be dangerous. The owl has been confirmed, so Jelly's just going to disengage, recognizing that people are probably going to push onto her. Instead, she's going to back off and lurk underneath back catwalk. Levici on the flank as the defender lockdown goes in. There's Hunter's Fury and Hans. Levici, Tranquil, all falling.
And they know where Helen is. That's the silver lining of them finding that frag onto Jelly. Reposition up to rafters though to shake things up, and the double line up there from jail means that there's a sure 1-for-1 trade. And again, North Texas confirms a lead here. And are you ready for round 2 of what the end of the half score will be, Nerdy? I mean, we still have 3 rounds. Maybe we save it for round or 2. What are your thoughts? You want to make a prediction now?
Yeah, it's gonna be 3-9.
I was actually looking at that too. I think they're gonna lose this round. Like, it's one more rifle cycle. Yeah, I agree. But if they win this round, then I think we're gonna be proven wrong. Then again, that's a hard task to ask, and with Sage dismantling the hero play Hans is going for, signs are pointing towards that.
Well, it is a rough fire once again. We hear Annihilation get procced. Again, I don't think it grabbed anybody.
It's for you. They're doing it for you. They're intentionally missing.
I agree. Bab is just raising my anxiety levels and then letting me breathe for a moment. And it's in conjunction, it's also slightly uses denial of space because it means that, like, you hear it and you're scared to round a corner. And we have Lilac and Optio pick up 1 apiece. Plink follows suit, picking up 2. It is just Plink and a dream, but Plink! Aww.
The investment of the blades there too has to hurt. Team Ace UNT secures their 8th, and now we go into that last round that we spoke of, where yes, it's gonna be a bye, but they only have that 1 ultimate now to fall back onto, the Reckoning for a retake. So what I want to see is maybe stop trying to flank it. It feels like North Texas is very well versed in handling that kind of aggression. Maybe just go for a late round rotation, late round retake, and like post Plink up like solo here, because they have that op. That's the only other concern, right? Is those blades would have been the perfect complement for the operator, but now it's no longer there.
And not to mention, they've got plenty of utility if you're looking at UNT to deny the flank ability. So let's just not go for it.
Right there.
Yeah, cascade out, robbing of some initial information. Even then, North Texas still pushing line, still creeping up. The Sage doesn't even care. Shock darts and all, and they'll still weather the storm. Cascade to get them out, potentially, or to feign a re-hit. Yeah, now a high-low set up, and with Helen out to pasture, there comes an early Reckoning to take the site to ensure to double down on the plant. And again, Jelly with this forward pressure has been insane, and the perfect concuss, the perfect distraction means they can follow through on that frag, and we're headed towards the North Texas flawless 9th, in fact.
I mean, Levici has a gun. I think at this point, Carlton needs to go for the save. You need to try and carry those 2 into the next round and make the best that you can with it. Considering 1 is an operator, if we lose Plink with the op, that's such an expensive weapon to lose as well. You're better off trying to just run away, get out of dodge, and play your life in this instance, rather than go for a pick and end up losing your weapon.
I'm curious now if our 9-3 prediction is going to be correct, or if it's going to be even worse for where that double digits getting breached in the first half by North Texas. I mean, yes, they're saving here, but look who's already on the hunt, and even with those weapons, it means hero plays are required. Sage, no fear. Plink matches it, and both will get away with their weapons, so that's huge. Yeah, 9-2 here, so at least a 9-3. We are promised at least a 9-3. Now it's just a question of if we're getting disproven by North Texas.
Well, the ball is in their court. We have Jelly almost by the opting to go with the Odin instead. We do have Lilac with another operator as well. No Tour de Force in sight just yet, so that's fine. we don't have a lot of things to work with as far as ultimates because we only have that Reckoning, right, from Carlton. So theoretically, play for retake here and just pray that you don't end up in the line of sight of it.
Battle of a lifetime. And that's the weapon. They literally bought that just to deal with Plink. They throw it out of the map afterwards. And look at Jelly. They off prepared to the Odin. Wow, you really had to do it to him. Do it to us, too, because now you're on par for a 10, too.
Here.
There's no way they know. They know.
Look, Jelly stood there last time
Okay, that's solid.
and got away with it, so I think they were read like a book.
I mean, this squad of Helen, Hans have clutched up before. Reckoning means they could do it again. Tranquil 6.5. Cove is up. And with Helen, they, yeah, 9-3. Robbed out from under them again. Okay. At least Lilac can frag, can farm the KDA, but I'm just really sad, Nerdy, from that round outcome because it proves me correct that if Carlton had gone for more all-in retakes, these would have been very different rounds, a very different half for them. And unfortunately now we stared at 9-3, side swap, and we saw how this went on a ascent. We'll see if they can change the tide here. I mean, they won't. They lost the first round, the first half pistol. Let's see if we can first start out with the foot in the right direction here early on.
I have a level of concern.
As you should, especially with this aggression.
Yeah, Jelly, you give me heart palpitations.
They get out unscathed, so I feel like that's a win in itself. Unfortunately, a lot of utility used in vain, but a lot of information as well. And they've even technically delayed and shut out this A hit. I mean, look at where Jelly is. They're like, okay, this is not an A hit, so everybody else go B. And that's exactly what North Texas is doing. They're gonna meet Carlton head to head potentially on this B site.
Here.
Carlton does have a lot of denial potential. It's just the only thing they can rely on currently, I believe, is the Cascade. Oh yeah, they have Cascade and nope, just High Tide and Cove, and the Cove's gonna let them confirm the plant and kind of bait out their planter, and their planter unfortunately takes too much damage, goes down. That's Harbor gone, and Lilac takes a little bit of chip damage. We have the swing from Bab come through, and Bab will confirm the kill.
Oh, they get the swarm grenade off, but the frag not to follow, and the swarm grenade didn't even land. It wasn't planted on the default, so gonna go hunting for some weapons while they charge up that annihilation here early on, since Bab did get that 2K. I mean, double digits already. Both pistols here on Xbox favoring the North Texas squad. This is the kind of situation where I'm not gonna lie, I would be okay with a force buy from Carlton. Like, take a timeout, take a force buy. See what you can do. And looks like that's what they are gonna do. They hear my plea. I'm sorry if you lose this round, Carlton. It wasn't my fault. I hold no sole responsibility.
I see the vision. It's just, it scares me.
It is like a confirmation of match points. I can see why if they lose this round. But so far, I mean, it looks like Jelly wasn't expecting it. Neither are Sage, so they actually get the site as a result. So it looks good.
Going for the gambit play works out, but they're disengaging, and there's only one person here. Nope, they're sticking it. All right, good. Because I was about to say, there's a Jet who's almost going to lurk through mid, and if she saw you, you were going to be in trouble. Well, actually, no, it was Bab. I thought Bab was going to lurk through mid. There's the High Tide being executed, but there's a lot of denial of visibility. This is what I was talking about in regards to those two walls. They do find Viper, but they still are going to be able to have High Tide. They still have Cove. They still have Cascade. Like, there's just so much opportunity to deny information getting over to the defenders, and the only option is to risk it, and they both go down.
That is a huge round. Because we're going to see the bonus, essentially, now in Carlton's favor, and North Texas is the one forced to save.
Not to mention North Texas is not even opting to buy shields other than one light shield. Yeah, they're committing to quite the heavy save here.
And I think that's why we see so much rotation, so much kind of iffiness from the squad. Not knowing where they want to have players be and not hearing anything really out of Carleton, at least early into this round. They're expecting an eco all-in play. That's what Carleton's waiting, anticipating. And it's not really going to come.
I mean, they're on the defense at the end of the day. Like, Carleton has to come into them. So
True,
why
true.
would UNT waste
Because you
the
have worse
opportunity?
weapons for a retake.
I mean, yeah.
For a sight hold.
But if you think about it, like, you split the map in half, so to speak, and like half the map belongs to the defenders, half of it belongs to the attacking squad. And if you engage into the defenders' space too soon before they've used utility, it puts you in a rough situation. I understand, like, we want to have them just force into us, but the defense
Sage.
can set a trap. And as I'm speaking of this, Sage gets 2, Jelly gets 1, Tranquil
It's not even a trap.
ends up getting multiple now. But see, Carleton just has Helen.
But that wasn't even a trap. That was just exactly what I said you can't do when you have worse weapons, which is hunker down and hold a sight. But they were just so cohesive and great timings there. I mean, Stagey as well, hero player. I think if we had to choose a Deagle player of the day, it would be them. But again, still, like I said, better weapons at the end of the day can get the job done. And Helen, yes, is in a 2v1, but they get the frags, they get the round, and they get the reckoning as their reward. So 10-5, now separating these two teams. I'm not gonna lie, we didn't see a timeout from UNT in the first half. So I would not be opposed to an early timeout here, because you still will have one if things get out of hand later on.
I'm just looking at the economy for both squads, and for the first time in a while, Carleton's actually looking very healthy.
And all it takes, though, is one hero player.
Not
Lilac trying
hero
to be
player.
it. She tried. Fortunate rendezvous out. Trying to bait them into jelly here now, yellow, but Carleton just has none of it. And UNT's been having a hard time navigating these defaults from Carleton.
Bab is patiently waiting out, just looking at the kitchen windows, seeing if anyone comes through the break room. Another slow lurk play from Carleton. I think, once again, they're just trying to get the defense to make a mistake, come forward too far, use a util that they shouldn't or didn't need at the moment. But at a certain point, when UNT's just also playing patiently, they're going to have no choice.
The fake. Spike's headed towards B. Look, you can see Lilac aware, holding the line with the rendezvous, but even they're going to get convinced as Helen finds the first frag. Oh, Lilac, yes, get the frag, get out. Please, Jet, reposition, yes. All the lines for UNT getting drawn. Even now, there it is, high tide, but Bab dealing with A as well. All the options are off the table. The intricately crafted plan crumbles to the ground here. Carleton overcooking 20 HP and 0 time. Hans doesn't even collect the spike. They know they have to save.
It's the right call being made by Hans. We have Annihilation online if you're looking at Bab, but there's no need for it to be used this round. 5-11 currently. UNT, this is their map pick, but remember they took a stunt, so we're very close to map point, and series point as well is currently favoring UNT. I'm scared.
I am too. I mean, look at the ults. The Reckoning.
That's what I'm
The
looking at.
Annihilation. I'm glad to see Carleton maybe not going for this default. Instead, going to try and get that lockdown into play early on. But even then, UNT, they look like they're playing for a retake, only leaving Sage here. And Sage is delivered in these moments anyways, for at least one, usually two. And they're not even going to use early information, so you have no, I was going to say, no indication that Asova's there. But not able to shoot that. Recon bolt means early indicator, and yeah. Look, Sonic sensors to delay. Gravnut as well, so they're going to play as much time as they can and then safely evade the lockdown and set up for this retake.
They're probably going to engage with this Reckoning. They get someone in line of sight. We can use Annihilation.
I mean, it
There's that
pinpoints where
Reckoning.
players are. It got one this time around, I'm so sorry to tell you. And they are so high in the sky that the fall damage alone will kill them. Helen dropped to their death. Numbers of end stolen away. Fortunately, Viper's pit is up, but unfortunately, Jelly will make it drop. And all frags coming up Jelly thus far, one after another. Robbed of the clip by Tranquil, but Sage again delivering when they need to here to get North Texas onto map and series points.
I think the nail in the coffin that round was, you're talking about, you know, the playmakers. Sage has been one of the playmakers for UNT, but Helen has been that hero player for Carleton, and losing Helen that fast, it was like Carleton knew. They're like, we cannot let Helen live. And unfortunately, she was the receiver of not one but two ults.
It's map point, a rough buy to say the least coming up from Carleton. Spectres, Hero Rifles for Tranquil and Hans, so those are members to keep your eye on. But even then, going back to the defaulted approach. I mean, all it takes is, you know, a few frags going in North Texas' favor here to mess things up. And I mean, look at this, can't even mid-lurk. Lilac's on the first frag as well. I think this might be it.
Gravnet was used, Barrier also used just to lock down that mid zone, making sure they can't pass through it. Oh my goodness!
I mean, Helen, they've been that hero player for the team. The one that clutches unwinnable rounds, but even now, a 3-on-3 Lilac low means they could just get this done. They've all fallen off site. They want to play this utility. My only concern now is that they only have swarm grenades. And the backstab from Jelly is picturesque, and Jelly might just put this map to bed, looking for the third, while the rest of the team files in. A classic, really, right-click, and that's how the grand finals for EsportsU and I will end.
No fireworks today, I'm afraid.
Alrighty. These end in the most interesting ways, and I can say that you weren't even expecting that. I mean, we'll be able to potentially see the scoreboard. And all right, Jelly, I know you're having a quieter half. Like Sage, like I said, was taking the limelight. Lilac a little bit too with the first bloods, but get the blade storms and you're in your element. That's one way to close things out in 2-0 fashion. That's for sure.
Yeah, so congratulations, North Texas, on your 2-0 Grand Finals victory, Carleton. I think that once you start to get a feel for what was happening, and also just in general adjustments, I think unfortunately there was not enough time spent, and this kind of comes with the caveat of A, you get time to cool off, but B, you're observing, you get a little more stressed out looking at the composition. You have your set comp, and changing a composition on the fly before going into a map is always difficult. I liked having the double wall ability to shut down Lilac, but it wasn't enough. And I think, unfortunately, while I love the denial of information, the facilitation of your duelist, your jet, just was not there. And that's what I said earlier was so quintessential for these squads, was facilitating your duelist, because we've seen time and time again the power of the duelist come through and be the paramount force that can drive a team to victory. And it just ended up being Jelly, as we saw during our final clip, the backstab, the double kill, and then pulling out the classic for the right click.
I think that's the difficulty is that composition doesn't really favor that kind of uplifting pedestal approach. And what it did facilitate was kind of retakes, right? Like you said, blocking out so much visibility, robbing them of information. And that's what it would allow, you know, Plink or Inference to creep up. And unfortunately, we only really got to see one retake out of them, and that was a round that they won. So if they come back to Icebox in the future, whether it be you know, CECC or Aurora series down the line, those are the changes I'm going to be looking at them to make, is be more reserved, don't buy into these defaulted approaches, etc. But great showing out of North Texas, showing that they are, yes, the new kids on the block, but now the, you know, queens to be dethroned, and I can't wait to see them just get better from here.
At the end of the day, it is always going to be a learning experience for everyone. You've got plenty of learning stuff to go about. You've got the VODs. You'll be able to look at stats and everything regarding how these games shook out. Because at the end of the day, it's not like that was a perfect game.
True.
It wasn't a perfect series, nor was semifinals. So there's plenty of things to learn from and mistakes that were being made. But nonetheless, North Texas, that's for their premier season is the only way I can put this. They've been doing great. I'm excited to see where they go. Carlton, I'm excited to see your improvement down the road because, of course, there is still other opportunities for them to compete in other events that we might be a part of. But that's the end of it for today as far as Valorant goes.
Well, maybe the action in-game, but not the end of our coverage of the esports UNI scene. We have an interview actually lined up with Bab from North Texas. I know they're a fan favorite around here because of the support that their whole family has backing them. So we're going to jump to a quick break to get them in and get them situated. But when we come back, we'll see what made this victory possible.
My ult's ready.
Enemy down. Bullseye.
Welcome, welcome to the Esports U and I post grand finals special coverage. I am joined once again by Nerdy for a very exclusive interview with one of the champions from the University of North Texas squad, Bab themselves. Come on in. I hope you are feeling good after that victory. But yeah, just how are you feeling?
I'm excited. After we kind of fumbled on our last game in Aurora, I think this is what we really needed to kind of pick up our spirits. So I'm super pumped for where we're headed.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because my first question is actually about like the full circle this has come, because you started out in First Light with that 2-0 against Carleton in the semifinals, and now you ended kind of quote unquote ended. Obviously, New Dawn's still ahead, and now the CECC land. But what have been some of the biggest, you think, development or growth points your team has had as a new squad this season?
I think besides kind of the obvious of taking on a new player and having to reevaluate structures and stuff like that, but I think plays, that's one of the things that we've really been trying to hone our skills in is getting set plays down, making sure that we're quiet for our IGL, because we like to consider ourselves very much a yapper of a team. But I think other than that, it genuinely, it's just like trying to get everything very much in order, get things to go the way that they're supposed to go. So
All right, so I have a slightly less serious and in-depth question than my fellow caster, because I have to ask, during the semifinals and during Grands, you are on Icebox, you're running the deadlock, and it seemed like literally forever during the semifinals you held on to Annihilation. Was there a reason behind that, or was it just like you didn't think you needed it at all? Because I was literally sitting here terrified for the moment that the one person we're first person POVing on is literally going to get snagged by you.
no, it's more so just we're supposed to, my coach tells me to use it in very specific situations, and then there are definitely areas where I'm like, he'll just tell me to like rip it. But it was more one of those situations where it was like, oh, we don't need it because we have Jelly lurking, or we have Sage lurking, or we have like 3 people already getting 3 picks and traded out. So it was very much more so just, oh, it just didn't need it until
Okay. I'm grateful to your coach for outlining very specific situations, because
You need to leave those to Nerdy so they're prepared.
I am terrified of spiders and the cocoon silk. No, never. So you're playing on Icebox. We had the deadlock. You're denying a lot of space and a lot of forcing people out of angles. But then on the other maps, we got to see you playing that KO and the Sky on the initiator role. Is there a role that you actually prefer to play more often? Because I do think that I've seen you have an equal balance between both initiator and more the sentinel. Is there one you prefer?
Might come as a surprise, but I actually am a smokes main. So I've taken on a very much of a flex role. So I used to be a Viper main. So
I can see it.
I really love Viper. But I think in terms of what I do have to play, I love Cypher. I have so much fun on Cypher. And then for initiator, I love Breeze because I get to play Sky. Sky is my favorite initiator.
Nice. I'm glad you mentioned Cypher. I'm trying to pick that up myself with the KJ nerfs through the roof. But I wanted to look to other kind of resources that have made these runs this season possible. And it's evident that you have a really big and powerful support system behind you, from your dad always in chat for your matches to just your coaching and your school's support. So how has that impacted your team for the better?
Even my dad, like, he's so very, like, he loves everybody on the team, and he's always like making sure if something happens, if people are good, he's checking up on people. It might not be directly to them, but it's through me. And then like through my school, I'm just, even people that aren't on the Valorant team, our Overwatch team, our League team, like they're all a Rocket League team, all very supportive of us. And all the way up until our director, Dylan, shout out Dylan. Like, everybody's just so loving and caring, and they just want to see us like succeed. And I think that really pushes us forward. I think in general, just having that family structure too, that's just always willing to support. Like even my cat, my mom and my cat will sit and watch our games. So
I'm trying to think what your cat's favorite agents like utility to follow would be. But yeah, and just the last but not least, you kind of touched on it, but is there anybody you'd like to thank or final words before we get to see you hopefully next time in Texas?
For sure my family, my mom, my dad, my cat, and my sister. I don't know if my sister's watching right now. But all my team members, my coach, my player manager Ellie, and let's say for love and support that we've gotten the last few, Electrowave in the chat, he's one of our varsity Rocket League players. He's been here so often for us, so shout out to him for always coming up and supporting us.
That is amazing. Well, thank you so much, Bab, for giving us an insight into your team. We can't wait to see what you consider or continue to do and improve upon in the marginalized undercollegiate scene. With that, though, that does bring our esports UNI qualifier coverage for the CECC or the Commissioner's Cup to a close. We do want to give one final shout out to ZipChair that makes all of this possible as the official gaming chair for the CECC. So you can head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. But for now, Nerdy Bird, it's been a pleasure as always to work with you. Do you have any final words?
My final words are keep playing, but play with a purpose. Don't overdo it. And at the end of the day, remember Valorant is still a video game, and hopefully you can still find joy in playing when you're not competing currently for your school. And I hope everyone is staying happy and healthy, as I think a lot of schools are going into spring break. Make good choices.
True. Either way, thank you all for watching. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and we hope you have a great rest of your weekend. EsportsU and I out!